Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang aloud, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And so we are getting ready to go. The Chicago Bears, for the first time since 1947, will make the first pick in the NFL draft as we continue on ESPN.
NFL Draft Countdown is presented by Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power equipment.
From the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, the Ego zero-turn riding mower with E-steer technology drives like a car, turns on a dime, delivering ultimate control with the precision of a steering wheel. It's weather-resistant, and with 22 horsepower, it cuts up to 2.5 acres on a single charge. Powered by Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium battery technology, the same batteries used on all Ego tools, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
20 seconds a week to lose 20% of your weight in a year with diet and exercise. That's the power of GLP-1s through Ro. Connect with a provider today at ro.co/20.
So, I hear some of you are concerned about the fact that I'm taking over the company.
Well, rest assured, company's in great hands.
Marcy, hit the vid. Homes.com, we've done your homework. Now that is worth celebrating.
I love it.
Thank you.
Homework. Very clever. Very clever.
Ding dong.
Homes.com.
The Vanderkoys control this city. They killed my family. So, our mission is simple. Make them pay for what they have done. Boy Kills World, rated R.
Dude, dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food. It's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
Real weird.
He was bad luck anyway.
Lowe's knows new projects come with questions.
So we have answers.
Like how to keep your yard looking lush. Which paint color matches your bold style. And with the My Lowe's Rewards credit card, you can save 5% every day. You got this, and we got you.
Are you?
The Bud Light Genie? Yeah.
What's next?
Bud Lights?
I'm a genie.
Gemini.
I'm a genie.
Oh, Post Malone.
Hey.
Gatorade Fit. Vitamin-packed hydration with no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or added sugar. Hydration for every athlete, forever.
Come on, let's go.
Every Samoan kid, they dream to make their last name known.
And touchdown to Tonga Valoa!
Just watching the way you carry the name, you paved the way for me. For your family, let's go. Just be the football player that you are. You gotta push through, bro. Dream mate is someone that believes in you before you believe in yourself. So you're my dream mate, bro. Yes, sir.
Behind every dream, there's a dream mate who helped make it possible.
Fellas, just like Nationwide helps millions of people prepare for their financial future, I'm here to help you prepare for the NFL Draft. Get ready. On. Off. On. Ring, ring, it's your future calling. Seriously, no one's going with the quarter zip? People like this look. I get a lot of emails. All right, give me your best commish hug. Too much? Yeah, that's way too much.
So if I make this, you gotta be my fall guy for today.
All right. So, what exactly does the fall guy do?
Fall guy. Fall guy.
How did you feel about your performance tonight?
I got it. Oh, man. Where'd you get this fall guy idea from anyway?
Fall guy?
Fall guy?
Stunts! You're the fall guy.
Welcome back to Detroit. We're coming up at the top of the hour. It's the 2024 NFL Draft presented by Courtyard by Marriott. And as always, we have reporters spread across the country. Our team reports are brought to you by American Home Shield. And we begin in Chicago with Courtney Cronin.
Thanks, Greeny. If it's up to Heisman Trophy quarterback Caleb Williams, who expects to go #1 overall, his first choice when the Bears are back on the clock at 9 would be Penn State offensive tackle Olu Fashanu. Williams said his high school teammate would, quote, put his life on the line for me, but would also be thrilled if the Bears took one of the draft's top 3 receivers. About 90 minutes after his name is called, Williams will find out whether his draft wish is granted. Now let's go to Kimberly Martin, who's in Washington.
Here are Dan Quinn's non-negotiables in a franchise quarterback. He has to be able to play off schedule, create when the pocket's collapsing, and he has to have poise under pressure. But at the core of it all, he wants a competitor. Quinn and GM Adam Peters were effusive in their praise of all the top QBs in that department. But my ears perked up when Peters told me this about Jaden Daniels. Quote, he can make all the throws, but he can steal your soul on 3rd and 10 when he's running for 90 yards. Now, here's Mike Reese on New England.
Our legacies will be tied to what we decide at quarterback. This is how the new regime, led by Gerard Mayo and Elliott Wolf, are approaching tonight. The Patriots' first draft without Bill Belichick since 1999. They will listen to trade offers, including when they're on the clock at #3, but they say it will take a massive haul for them to move the pick. Now with the Giants, let's go to Sal Palantonio.
The New York Giants are ready to make a deal. They're ready to make a deal to move up in the first round, and they are ready to move up to take a quarterback. General Manager Joe Schoen, I talked to him one-on-one. He said he's had multiple conversations with teams at the top of the first round. And all indications are that the teams want to see how things play out, and they won't trade until they're on the clock. So there's going to be tension. There's going to be drama. And there is going to be a major waiting game for the New York Giants in the pursuit of their next quarterback here for Big Blue. Now here's my friend Jeff Darlington with the Minnesota Vikings.
Well, Sal, we've got tension in Minnesota because the Vikings know they want to find a quarterback in the top portion of this draft, and it will likely require a trade using their ammunition that includes the 11th overall pick and the 23rd overall pick, plus probably some more to do it. They're still targeting that 3rd overall spot, and they still like the idea of bringing Drake May into this building. But they realize if that does not happen, they will have to pivot. J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix Jr. are also possibilities. Now let's go to Denver with Ed Werder.
With Russell Wilson counting an NFL record $53 million against the cap, Broncos head coach Sean Payton seems to need a franchise quarterback on a rookie contract, perhaps more than any other team in the league. The top 4 quarterback prospects virtually certain to be off the board in the top 10 picks. A team source here told me, I would say we're not going to go crazy and mortgage the whole future, but never say never. The Broncos have spent the past 2 days exploring the costs of moving up in the draft and the potential benefits of trading down. They're convinced they can draft an impact player if they remain at 12, maybe even a quarterback. Greeny's second-tier quarterbacks, Bo Nix and Michael Penix, have both made strong impressions here in Denver.
All right, everybody, thank you very much. And with that, we are also delighted to welcome the newest member of our team tonight, Molly McGrath, who's going to be handling all our player interviews on the stage, and she right now is backstage in the green room. Molly.
Yeah, Greeny, this is my first time in an NFL draft green room, and I wanted to give our viewers at home a little peek behind the curtain into the emotions swirling around in here. Like LSU's quarterback Jaden Daniels, he admitted that he's feeling a little anxious. He didn't sleep well last night, whereas projected first overall pick Caleb Williams is so confident and relaxed. He brought a deck of cards and has been playing cards with his family while he waits. We're going to chat with him in just a few moments, but first, we're chatting with Ohio State wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. standing here with his family. And Marvin, your father has been such an integral part of this pre-draft process. How did that mentorship give you confidence heading into today?
Great. I mean, there's no one I trust more than him. I know he's going to do his best for me. So we have a real good relationship in that standpoint.
Why should you be the first receiver taken off the board?
I think I'm just the most complete receiver. We have a lot of great receivers in this draft class, but I'm confident in my abilities, but we're all great receivers.
Can you tell me about your necklace that you had made for today?
Yeah, this necklace is to honor my dad a little bit. So you have the Lion King on one side, and then me and my dad to represent them on the other. So he means a lot to me. He's helped me get here, so I had to honor him today.
Very cool. And your legacy in the NFL begins today, Marvin. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you as we head over to Caleb Williams, who's been so cool, calm, and collected all week long. And Caleb, I noticed that you're hanging out with your family, you're playing cards. How confident are you that you will be the first guy picked tonight?
It's just something we do, plus playing cards, being around each other, having fun. I feel confident. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, well, when you were just 10 years old, your father and you created the plan. It was a workout regimen to get you to the NFL. How did all that hard work get you here tonight?
Yeah, it's something my mom and my dad instilled in me, and my mentors. They've been huge in my life, instilling things in me at a young age that, come out today, whether it's, how much I care about my teammates or the community or, whatever the case may be. It comes out today and is it's the man I am today.
Well, congratulations on all of your success. I'll see you out there on the stage very shortly.
Thank you.
And speaking with Caleb Williams all week long has been so great. He is so humble and quiet and kind, and that's one of the things that Ryan Poles absolutely loves about him. As we bring in Terrion Arnold, Alabama corner, and you've been one of the stars of draft week. You've been doing interviews, you've been doing dances. How special has it been to be here with your family?
It's been amazing. I mean, obviously dreams to reality, and it's really a blessing. Like, I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Can you show us the inside of your jacket? I know you got it custom made.
So right here we got the link. Everybody at Bama Nation, rocking it with the script, A-Let all naysayers, and then right here, just my childhood. From the first time I ever played football, to my family with me on signing day, and now they with me at the draft.
All right, I'll see you up there on the stage soon. As you can tell, Greeny, a lot of swag, a lot of star power here in the green room, and we're ready to get this draft underway.
That is so great. I mean, for all these young men and their families, their wildest dreams are going to come true right before your eyes tonight. And with that, we welcome you to night one of the 2024 NFL Draft in Detroit, which is presented by Courtyard by Marriott. And tonight with star power, and it is a night where we may set an all-time record, or at least tie an all-time record for most quarterbacks selected in round one. The 1983 quarterback class is legendary. It featured 6 quarterbacks in round one, 3 of whom are in the Hall of Fame. Now, we could have 6 going round one tonight.
We definitely could, Green. What's the most important position in all sports? Quarterback in the National Football League. And you have teams now trying to get it right. They have to get it right. New England at 3. Is it Drake May or is it the surging J.J. McCarthy? For the Giants, they draft the heir apparent to Daniel Jones or help Daniel Jones get an explosive wide receiver. Denver and the Raiders, right? Same division. What's Denver going to do? Are they going to sit there and let the Raiders jump them, or the Raiders going to go up and get Michael Penix Jr.? The most fascinating draft I've been associated with in my 46 years of covering it, Boog.
And who's going to be the first defensive player off the board? You guys love to talk about the quarterback and the wide receivers. Who's going to be the first defensive player? Is it Laiatu Latu? Is it Byron Murphy? Is it Dallas Turner? Who's going to be that first defensive guy in this plethora of offensive weapons.
Look, I mean, the quarterback evaluation is so subjective. I mean, we can both watch the same tape and come to different conclusions. What I want to get into tonight is once they are selected, the organizations that they go to, what do those organizations have in place to help these young men? Guys don't bust out of the league on their own. Organizations bear responsibility in that regard. I can't wait to get into that discussion.
All right, the commissioner told us that every time the draft goes to a different city, they want that city to put their imprint on it. So let's allow one of Detroit's favorite sons to welcome the world to Detroit this evening. It's time to start the NFL Draft.
The 2024 NFL Draft is presented by Courtyard by Marriott, the official hotel of the NFL, and in part by K Jewelers. Celebrate every kiss with K.
Follow your passion with Courtyard by Marriott.
Knocky knocky. What are you doing, Anna?
Working on my dating profile. Want to see? They think that's me. Some of them even send me gift cards.
Nana, how do you sleep at night?
On a Tempur-Pedic mattress I got at Mattress Firm. A sleep expert helped me find it. It's got cooling technology because Nana sleeps hot. So now I sleep. This guy's loaded.
Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night.
Corona's never missed a Cinco de Mayo party. Neither should you.
Bacon, bacon, bacon. Introducing Applebee's new whole lotta bacon burger. Just $9.99 for a limited time. Applebee's. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
Fellas, just like Nationwide helps millions of people prepare for their financial future, I'm here to help you prepare for the NFL Draft. You ready? On. Off. On. Ring, ring, it's your future calling. Seriously, no one's going with the quarter zip? People like this look. I get a lot of emails. All right, give me your best commish hug. Too much? Yeah, that's way too much.
These new Little Caesars Crazy Puffs are fun size.
And perfect on the go.
You hear that, Buttercup? We can go anywhere.
Enjoy Little Caesars Crazy Puffs on the go for just $3.99.
Pizza, pizza.
I get to love you. Like your love, a diamond that never stops. It's the best thing that I'll ever do. Unstoppable love. Every kiss begins with K.
You know what time it is.
This our season right here.
The schedule is released. Bring it.
The anticipation is through the roof. Stafford's coming home.
This is a heavyweight matchup.
Breaks a tackle, he's gone.
Welcome to the NFL.
Bring it.
It's a family affair.
Yeah. There's games in other countries. The whole world watches. Let's go. Are you not entertained?
And welcome back to Detroit, where we are just moments away from a unique and local open to the 2024 NFL Draft, one that promises to hold as much intrigue as any that we have seen in quite some time. But as mentioned, the commissioner wanted a local feel. Well, why don't we have one of this city's favorite sons get this party started tonight? It's the draft.
Hello, Detroit. No, that's not right. Welcome to the D. Nope. Come on, Roger.
You okay, Commish? Nervous?
Nah, Barry. I'm just fired up.
What's it on your sweater?
Mom, spaghetti.
Why are you so wound up? You need a hug?
Oh, we doing hugs? I'm ready, Commish. These guys are going to remember this night for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, not to mention their families, friends. No pressure, bro.
Now, who is going to come out on stage with me?
It should be Barry. He's the Detroit GOAT.
No. How about Megatron? He's taller. How about Hutch?
Hutch? You're going to have to do better than that.
All right. We only have one shot to nail this. One shot.
You know you're still gonna get booed, right?
I'm not afraid.
I'm afraid for you.
I'm not afraid to take a stand, Everybody, come take my hand.
So what's the plan?
2 words.
Rap battle.
Whatever weather, cold or warm, let me know that you're not alone. I'll if you feel like you've been down the same road. I'm not afraid to take a stand,
We waited 6 years to say this. Welcome to the NFL Draft in Detroit. Let's go, Big D. How you like that? Em, I was just kidding about the rap battle. We're going to save that for another day. But the pride of Detroit has got a little some surprise for you and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So, Em, here you go.
Detroit! What up? It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go!
Yo, what up, Detroit? Hey, this is crazy. I can't believe it. But before we get off the stage, I need to hear one thing. Jerry Goff. Jerry Goff. Jerry Goff.
What's up, Detroit? Let's go, baby! Hey, Detroit! Let's turn up tonight, baby! Let's get it!
What's up, Detroit? What's up, football fans? Thank you for showing the world how we do it here in Detroit. Great job, guys.
I just got one thing to say. What up, though?
All right, Detroit. Come on. Okay. Detroit, we got fans from 32 teams right down here, and of course, all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome. All right. You ready to get this show on the road? Okay, the 2024 NFL Draft is now underway. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
And so those are the words we've been waiting months to hear. The Chicago Bears officially on the clock. They'll make the first pick in this draft for the first time since 1947. And what do they need? They need a quarterback. They're the only team to never have a quarterback with 4,000 passing yards in a season. They got to this place because of a trade they engineered a year ago leading into the draft. A trade that led Bryce Young to Carolina. They gave the Bears this pick along with that haul they brought in, including a terrific young offensive lineman in Darnell Wright, whom they drafted a year ago, and the pass catcher DJ Moore. Adam Schefter, they've had a lot of decisions to make. One of them involved their former quarterback, Justin Fields. When did they arrive at the decision they will announce here in just a moment?
Greeny, this was a decision that the Chicago Bears came to weeks, if not months ago. And just like the Cincinnati Bengals once began acclimating Joe Burrow to the city, their team, their organization, and the offense, the Bears have been doing the same with Caleb Williams, getting him ready to become the new face of the franchise, the next quarterback of the Chicago Bears.
Words that the Bears fans have been waiting essentially a century to hear. Mel, let's talk about Caleb Williams and the decision the Bears make here.
When you think about this division, you have Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions. You have Minnesota trying to make a move probably for a quarterback today. Sam Darnold's kind of the bridge, you would think. You have the emerging star in Jordan Love with the Green Bay Packers. You have to keep up with the division. You can't be fourth in the division at quarterback. Justin Fields, I thought, was on his way to doing some great things. He basically gave him away to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and now Caleb's got to be great. He has a talent to be special. He showed that in 2022 when he looked like the next Patrick Mahomes. This year got off to a good start. Then he kind of hit some opportunities where you say, okay, the spotlight's on him. How's he going to do? At Notre Dame, at South Bend, 3 interceptions in that game. Only threw 5 all year, but 3 in that one game. A couple other games where his completion percentage was below 60%. But he had a bad offensive line. He didn't have Jordan Addison. You see the creativity, the improvisational ability of Caleb Williams. 31 touchdowns, 4 picks outside the pocket in his career. 120 touchdowns he accounted for over the last 3 years, and only 14 interceptions. He had 27 rushing touchdowns, the same number as Jaden Daniels over those 3 years. Now, he did have 16 fumbles this year. He gets a little reckless. He carries the ball like a loaf of bread, a little careless at times. Josh Allen is able to shore that up. Caleb Williams needs to clean that up in the NFL to be an elite quarterback. Certainly this year, without that offensive line, with a defense that couldn't stop many people either, Caleb was kind of on the spot. In that Notre Dame game, everybody's going to hard. That's one game in his career, guys. One game. Outside of that, he was almost flawless. He had a couple games late, as I said, where he wasn't necessarily on point. But overall, Caleb Williams held off Jaden Daniels. I thought it was going to be Drake May in August. Drake May didn't finish strong. It opened the door for Jaden. Jaden went from a 4th rounder to the 2nd pick overall. I didn't think he did enough overall in his career. That one great year wasn't enough to overtake what Caleb Williams did last year when he would have gone number 1 over Bryce Young. He certainly deserves to be the number 1 pick overall today.
We expect Daniels to go number 2. We'll worry about that when we get there. Let's start with the decision the Bears are making here. Booger, are they getting it right?
Yeah, I agree. I think they're absolutely getting it right. I think from a ceiling standpoint, Caleb Williams has the highest ceiling of any quarterback in this draft. And it's important when you bring the quarterback into an organization that he's set up for success. Can you protect him up front? You look at those 2 stalwart tackles, they can protect him. And then who are going to be the playmakers? Who's he going to throw the football to? Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, they have playmakers. What about the guy that's going to call the plays? Shane Waldron, another name to remember. The quarterback coach for the Chicago Bears, Kerry Joseph. It's going to be important that everybody in that building can get this young man to play on time and in rhythm and in structure, because when he can, Greeny, what he can do off script and off structure is absolutely outstanding. He's the closest thing we've seen to Patrick Mahomes since Patrick Mahomes, and the Chicago Bears have a good one.
Lewis, if you were making this pick tonight, who would you select?
Yeah, look, I'm going to go against the grain a little bit. Look, I did it last year, and I'm going to do it again this year. Look, Jaden Daniels, for me, put together an absolutely fantastic season, and that's not to take anything away from Caleb Williams. I liked him when I saw him on tape. I liked him when I saw him at his pro day. I liked him when I talked to him. But if you have to pick a guy, I'm going to pick Jaden Daniels, and I'll tell you why. Full field reads. This is a guy who, from in the pocket, was number 2 in QBR and FBS this year. For things like this, because of things like this, because he can scan the entire field, win from the pocket, and throw the football accurately. The anticipation that is necessary. Look, you're not going to have all day to throw the football in the NFL. You're going to have to throw people open. You're going to have to anticipate they're going to come open. And the slot fade was something that he was fantastic at. You heard Dan Quinn talk about the fact that he wants a quarterback, a franchise quarterback that can extend plays. Look, Dayton Daniels was number 1 in QBR outside the pocket this year. I know he had less than 40 attempts, but when he threw the football outside the pocket, he was absolutely deadly. And when it comes to mobility, just forget it. This is a guy who will absolutely, you want to talk about snatching souls? He'll absolutely do that. He can take it 90 on you in a heartbeat. He's built for these kind of moments. He is built mentally to be able to handle the rigors of being a franchise quarterback. The people down at LSU vouch for him. He has put in the work. Look, both of these guys are going to be absolute studs in the NFL. But if I had to pick one by a narrow margin, I'd go with Dayton Daniels.
You said that about C.J. Stroud a year ago. We'll see how these two young quarterbacks fare. In the meantime, you've met Molly McGrath already tonight. She's been down there in the green room with the players, including with Caleb Williams. Molly, jump in.
Yeah, that's right, Greeny. Well, Bears GM Ryan Poles told me there will be no surprises with this first overall pick. They decided weeks ago that Caleb Williams is their guy. And when I spoke with Williams yesterday, he told me he walked away from his top 30 visit in Chicago feeling a sense of calm because of those foundational pieces that you guys all talked about that will lead to his success and this team's success. And Williams even threw with Bears receivers last week. He threw with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, said the veterans taught him so much in their short amount of time together. And he's starting to feel some chemistry vibing with them. And as you've noticed, Caleb Williams wearing a custom suit, and it's all purposeful. It's navy blue to represent the team colors that he'll be wearing this fall, guys.
A little bit of an offbeat personality. He's, of course, the first mega star of the NIL era. So we've seen him in different ways than we're accustomed to with previous players. That's going to be something we will get used to. He will always be the first one to come along. This is a young man who I think a year ago we knew was destined for this moment, and this night has finally come. You see the congratulations already being shared in the Bears draft room. Remember, they will make another pick here tonight, barring a trade at number 9 overall. But here it comes. They've waited a century. Let's see if this is the time they get it right. The commissioner is on his way to the stage to announce the first pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. And for the first time since 1947, it's the Bears who make the selection.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
There he is, Chicago. There's your new hopes and dreams. You know his story because he's been a superstar since he was in high school in Washington, D.C. He committed to Oklahoma. He followed Lincoln Riley to L.A. The rest is history. He won the Heisman 2 years ago. Finishes his career with 120 touchdowns in 33 starts. And as mentioned, in this NIL era, he has been omnipresent. But Mel, all of it in so many ways felt like it was leading up to this night.
Now, Ryan Poles, general manager of Chicago Bears, he was in 2017 director of college scouting when Patrick Mahomes was selected by the Kansas City Chiefs. He said, you see some Mahomes in Caleb Williams. You see a guy here who can improvise, create. Think about Caleb Williams now in this division. Jordan Love, from the Thanksgiving Day upset of the Detroit Lions, emerged as a big-time quarterback in this league. Jared Goff's been to a Super Bowl. Jared Goff almost went to another one this year. Then you have Minnesota trying to make that move. You got to look at this division. I felt Justin Fields was on his way to being a heck of a quarterback for the Chicago Bears. He had the locker room. He was making progress. They were going to help him, right? And they were going to make a decision. Is it Justin or is it Caleb? That's what it got down to. And they sent Justin Fields to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Really a giveaway, in my opinion. But now Caleb Williams becomes the guy. He's got to be special because Justin Fields is on his way to being really good. So now it's Caleb Williams in this division. You can't be third. You can't be fourth. Jared Goff and Jordan Love are established. Minnesota's going to do something. Caleb Williams has to be, and that's be Patrick Mahomes, but he's got to be somewhat close, somewhere in that top 5 to 7 overall in the NFL at the quarterback position within the next couple of years.
Well, he's got to prove he can do what a quarterback should be able to do, which is distribute the football football and play point guard. In the National Football League, it's not about how fast you run or how far you can throw the football. You got to get the ball to your playmakers. They have playmakers there in Chicago, and so can he play on script and in rhythm and get the ball to those playmakers? Because when the play breaks down, we know he's the best in the area.
Look, really now, it's about offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. I told you before this show started, we're going to put some of the onus here on the organization. Shane Waldron, the new offensive coordinator in Chicago, now has to develop that relationship. He has to find the way to get Caleb Williams to lock in and really realize all of his potential for that organization.
Subway takes us down to the stage where Molly is standing by with Caleb Williams. Molly.
Caleb, you told me you've been dreaming of this moment ever since you were a little kid. You have always wanted to be the #1 pick in the NFL draft. What did it take to get here?
It took a lot of sacrifice, love, care for winning the game of football, my teammates, my coaches, and my family.
You won a Heisman Trophy. You're the #1 pick in the NFL draft. What is your next goal as a member of the Chicago Bears?
Learn all my teammates' names, their families, learn the playbook, and get ready to go win games.
All right, congratulations, Caleb.
Thank you.
So there he is from USC to Chicago. Certainly not the first time in recent years the Bears have tried this. Mitchell Trubisky, the 2nd pick overall in a season in which Patrick Mahomes was subsequently drafted. Justin Fields just 3 years ago, whom they choose Caleb Williams ahead of. And so tonight, Caleb Williams is the next chance to become the first Bears quarterback ever to throw for 4,000 yards and perhaps finally take this team back where it hasn't been in decades. Okay, so that's the portion of the evening that we foresaw. Now a bit of the mystery can begin. When will the wheeling and dealing begin with these quarterbacks on the board? Washington is on the clock, and Adam Schefter, what do we need to know?
Well, Greeny, last week the Washington Commanders had a group of quarterbacks in for a visit, and in the end, the 2 quarterbacks that had the most support within the Commanders organization were Jaden Daniels and also J.J. McCarthy. Those are the 2 quarterbacks to watch here. But inevitably, Jaden Daniels' talent is so strong, so inevitable. There is a coach in the NFL that said that Jaden Daniels is Lamar Jackson 2.0, and that he has the ability to come in and be a better version of Lamar Jackson. We'll see if he can make that happen and if he's the pick. And now, down to Molly McGrath.
Well, Adam, you guys mentioned all of the questions swirling around Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders, and first-time GM Adam Peters is really leaning on his mentors in the face of all of those question marks. He's been on the phone all week long talking to a lot of his mentors, one of them Bob Myers, former GM for the Golden State Warriors. He's now an advisor to the Commanders, and he's asking him questions like, what would you do in this situation? And one of the things that Myers said to him that really stuck with him is don't make a decision until you absolutely have to make a decision. And Myers is a proven winner. He created a dynasty with Golden State, so Peters is taking that advice to heart. He said he's not going to make a decision until he absolutely has to, which is right now. And Jaden Daniels even telling us he doesn't know where he's going to go. He didn't even sleep well last night, guys.
Well, we have to imagine that there's trade offers and all these questions. So, Mel, if they could have gotten a treasure trove of selections instead of selecting Jaden Daniels, are they doing the right thing taking the quarterback?
You got to take Jaden Daniels. I mean, you go from a 4th-round pick to 2nd pick overall, you had to be spectacular. He was, and keep in mind, Herm Edwards brought him to Arizona State. Herm Edwards compares him to Randall Cunningham. I know the Lamar Jackson comparisons are out there. This kid balanced being aggressive with not turning it over. I mean, being aggressive, running the ball aggressively, throwing it aggressively, guys, and he did not turn it over. Alabama, back-to-back years, think, well, Nick Saban's going to figure him out this year. He didn't have an answer for Jaden Daniels. 2 games he accounted for in those 2 games, 60 points, 401 passing yards, 258 rushing yards, 6 touchdowns, 1 pick. In the 4th quarter of games, when he had to be great because they didn't have a defense there, he was outstanding. 831 yards, 73%, 10 touchdowns, 2 picks, and 3 rushing touchdowns. Jaden Daniels in a draft that didn't have a spectacular talent like Caleb Williams would have been the #1 pick overall. He's got a chance to be great. No, you cannot let a player dictate policy. It's the NFL. You pick them, they come to you, right? You're not sitting down 8 years. Not gonna, the Raiders are picking way down the line. It's not Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers at the top where you can flip-flop. I know Antonio Pierce wanted him. Probably would have wanted to be there. You're Washington. You need the quarterback, and you got a guy there. I'm sure Dan Quinn, a defense defensive guy says, who are defense coordinators going to stress about all week and not sleep about all week? Okay, who's that guy? It's Jaden Daniels.
And of all the quarterbacks this season, he had the best tape, Greeny, from start to finish. His tape was better than any quarterback in college football. So if you're watching him, you got to take him.
Louis Riddick, you've been saying to me for months on this program, in the lead up and on Get Up and anywhere else we've had this conversation, that he is your #1 player in this class. And I can see the commissioner making his way out onto the stage where he will announce the selection. It's been in for a few moments, and you saw the Washington draft room in their celebration. Here comes pick number 2.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
Again, what a season he had. Combined rushing and passing over 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns. He won the Heisman, the Walter Camp, the Unitas, the O'Brien, and Manning Awards, and was the AP College Football Player of the Year. You mentioned that he started at Arizona State, started 3 seasons there, 2 in Baton Rouge. So he's 23 years old with lots of experience. The frame, Lewis, is what everyone talked about. Weighed in at 210 at the Combine. That silenced a lot of those questions.
Yeah, I never had any questions about that, especially after I got to see him in person down in Baton Rouge at his pro day. The same way I had no questions after I saw C.J. Stroud at Ohio State. I got the same feeling about him. The people down at LSU will tell you this. The amount of time that this young man put in from the day he stepped foot on campus to build towards this moment, the amount of investment that he made in his ability to go ahead and be able to be consistent for this football team, to not back away from any challenge. As a matter of fact, he ran toward every single challenge that was put in his way at LSU, and it manifested itself not by accident in him having a season where he was number 1 in total QBR, number 2 in QBR in the pocket, number 1 in QBR outside the pocket. He's a guy who can just absolutely cut your heart out with his legs, and guess what? He's still a work in progress. So now, again, Cliff Kingsbury, offensive coordinator in Washington, you're up. You're up now in terms of build that relationship with him. Adam Peters, make sure he's protected. Adam Peters, make sure you get him weapons. Defense, play your part. Magic Johnson, all the owners down there in Washington, Josh Harris, make sure you support him. No whispering about we could have had someone else, or maybe we wanted someone else. Pour into him the same way he's going to pour into your organization, and you'll get it back tenfold.
You know, I had a chance to visit with him, and I talked to him. What was the difference between year 1 and year 2 at LSU? He talked about the consistency. It's the first time since high school he had the same offensive coordinator, the same group of receivers, the same coaches, and we saw the climactic rise that he had from year 1 to year 2, winning the Heisman Trophy. LSU used artificial intelligence to help him. The processing, he's an elite processor along the lines of C.J. Stroud, to process information, to deliver the football. We hadn't even got to the athleticism. We're not talking about how fast he can run, but his ability to play the quarterback position. Oh, by the way, and then you add in the running ability. That's why this young man is going to be special. He was special in Baton Rouge, and the moment he got there, he'll be special in the National Football League.
Really similar to Joe Burrow's ascension to be the #1 pick overall. He went from Ohio State to LSU. In year 1 at LSU, he was good. He wasn't special. In year 2, with Jefferson and Chase, 2 great receivers, he was spectacular, won a national title, became the #1 pick overall, and has had a great career so far. Jaden Daniels went from Arizona State, where he was pretty good.
Yeah.
And he was a guy, he looked like a 3rd, 4th round pick after his first year at LSU. This year, like Joe Burrow, with the help of a guy like Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr., same with Burrow, having the 2 receivers, Jefferson and Chase, took his play and his performance to another level. He was unbelievable game in and game out. He didn't have a defense, so he had to put points on the board and match points and bring them back in the 4th quarter. He didn't win a national title, no fault of his own. It was the defense that wasn't very good. Joe Burrow had more talent on that side of the ball. He didn't, but the situation, so if you're worried about a 4th to a 2nd pick overall, just look at Joe Burrow.
Subway, Molly's got Jaden Daniels. Molly?
Jaden, you've had a life-changing year, ending with the Heisman Trophy. Now you're the #2 pick in the NFL Draft. What has this journey been like for you to get here?
It's been a blessing, man. I couldn't be here without God, man. It's been a blessing. All the adversity I've been through, the perseverance, man. I'm just happy I'm blessed.
How can this Commanders offensive staff, including guys like Cliff Kingsbury, bring out the best in you?
Just believe in me. You know, it's going to be a grind. We're going to work. I'm a hard worker, man, so I can't wait.
All right, congratulations. Jayden Daniels heading to the Washington Commanders.
The Commanders, or at least the Washington football franchise, has selected a lot of quarterbacks in the first round, going back through the common draft era. Heath Schuler, you see there along the way. RG3, our colleague, was the rookie of the year for them in 2012 before injuries. So they've been struggling to try and find exactly the right guy. Maybe now they've done so in Jayden Daniels. So 2 are down, and the mystery begins. The New England Patriots are on the clock, and Adam Schefter is with us with the very latest. What are we expecting from the Patriots?
Greeny, essentially, the New England Patriots took calls from the Minnesota Vikings and the New York Giants, but I was told there is a 0 chance that they are moving out of that slot. They are going to take their quarterback in the future.
Would that be Mel Kiper?
I would go Drake May. Drake May, to me, going into this year, you thought he could challenge Caleb Williams. Why didn't he? Well, he lost his offensive coordinator. He didn't have Josh Downs. Heck of a player, had 94 catches for Drake May that year. He moved on to the Indianapolis Colts, right? Think about late season. Ted Walker came back, right? Came back. He was suspended by the NCAA as top receiver. Yet against Virginia, NC State, Clemson, Miami, there were some games where you say, boy, he wasn't as accurate. He wasn't as precise. He was missing receivers. He was stressing receivers. Got to adjust to some poorly thrown balls. But the talent, he's 21 years of age, is through the roof. That's what you're betting on. All that talent comes together for Drake May. He can become a franchise quarterback in the NFL.
Drake May, perhaps J.J. McCarthy, another high-profile quarterback still on the board. We're about to find out. The Patriots pick is in. The commissioner is on his way. Here comes pick number 3.
With the 3rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
And so after all of the speculation, it is going almost exactly as had been projected. Drake May at Carolina succeeded Sam Howell, started 26 games as Carolina's native son. He grew up in Charlotte, threw for over 8,000 yards, accounted for 79 touchdowns for his career. He's the first Tar Heel to go in round 1 since Mitch Trubisky to Chicago in 2017. Mel, do they have it right?
I think they can get it right. They got to coach him, and they can't just hang him out to dry like they did Mac Jones. This organization, the organization has to help Drake May. He's 21 years of age. He's still developing. You talk about a kid who's 6'4.5", 223 pounds, can make any throw you want. When he gets in a rhythm, he can pick you apart. Now, sometimes he doesn't always get in that rhythm. He runs a little hot and cold at times. I talked about some of that inconsistency with accuracy and precise passing. He was like a pitcher, guys. Didn't always have his best stuff late in the year, but he didn't get a lot of help. As I said, you know, that new coordinator, but not having that Josh Downs type security blanket that he had 2 years ago. If you sit him for a little bit, if you force him into play, I think he needs to sit, watch, and learn for at least 5 to 7 games. Drake May, like I said, only 21, and a very athletic family. He wants to be great. The mobility he has. He drew comparisons to Justin Herbert going into the year. Justin Herbert had some struggles at times that final year at Oregon. Still hasn't gotten over the hump of the NFL. Trying to finish games off in those final couple minutes. Drake May could be, I think the Josh Allen comparison's exaggerated. I would go more to Justin Herbert. Drake May, still a guy you cannot underestimate talent, guys, and he's got enormous ability and a work ethic second to none.
Yeah, look, Elliott Wolf, who's in charge of personnel up there in New England now, understands what he needs to do next. Address the offensive line and address the wide receiver position. You cannot put your young quarterback behind the offensive line that was dead last in pass block win rate last year and had a wide receiver core that had less than 2,000 yards total as a group. One of 4 teams in the NFL. That can't happen. You have to build it up around him now. You've got your guy. Build it up around him.
Subway to the stage, Molly and Drake May.
Thank you, Drake. The Patriots are trying to rebuild their dynasty. What went through your mind when you got the call that you would be joining one of the most successful teams in NFL history?
Oh, it's a blessing. I'm blessed. Yeah, I'm usually a man a lot of words. It left me speechless. So I'm excited to be here tonight. And Pass Nation, let's go, man. Let's go. Pass Nation.
As the youngest of 4 brothers, you've been competing your entire life. What kind of competitive attitude are you bringing to New England?
Yeah, competitor. You know, anything keeping score, I'm here to win. And, you know, the Patriots get my whole family, all my brothers, everybody. I'm a full package. So looking forward to it. And let's go, Boston.
All right. Congratulations, Drake. So happy for you.
Molly, thanks. One of those brothers, of course, Luke, was a star on the basketball team that won the national championship in 2017. Here are the Patriots' first-round quarterbacks. in the common draft era. Obviously, the greatest of them all is not listed on there. Tom Brady was the 199th pick in the draft the year he came out. Mac Jones just a few years ago. We detailed the up and downs that they've seen there. We'll see if this is the next era of Patriots football. So now the first hot spot of the night, the Arizona Cardinals, a place that perhaps they trade out, or do they go for the receiver they're looking for? Adam Schefter, what should we expect?
Well, Greeny, you remember last year when the Arizona Cardinals bounced all around the first round. That's not going to be the case this year. They're going to stick at number 4. And 20 years and 1 day ago, they drafted a wide receiver who turned out to be a Hall of Fame receiver in Larry Fitzgerald. Now they get the chance to go after another receiver. They will not trade the pick. They will stay in the slot, Greeny.
Now, Booger, that would sound like Marvin Harrison Jr., but you've told us you like Malik Neighbors the best of all the receivers.
Yeah, I do. I think Malik Neighbors is the best receiver. He can do everything that Marvin Harrison can do, and he's faster. So I like Ferraris. I know we got Maserati Marv, but I want the Ferrari, the faster car. And Neighbors run after catch, to me, is what separates him from Marvin Harrison Jr.
I'll take a Larry Fitzgerald type. They had picked Larry Fitzgerald 3rd overall when he came out of Pitt. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. can be that kind of player. This team has 7 picks in the first 4 rounds, the Arizona Cardinals do. To trade down and lose an elite receiver, one of these 3 would have been ridiculous. They had the draft capital of the picks to improve this football team. Wide receiver is a key need area. They have a tight end by the name of Trey McBride. Came on like gangbusters over the final 9 games of the year with 63 receptions. They're throwing 115 over the first 7 games. So now you add a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr. to Kyler Murray. Now you're on your way, and you got all these picks coming up to really improve that talent base on both sides of the ball.
I remember asking Devontae Adams once during a production meeting, what makes a true number 1? And he said it's the guy who can line up in the outside lane, outside the numbers. You know you're throwing it to him, and he can make the catch anyway. Marvin Harrison Jr. was built for these moments. He's built for that kind of responsibility. And think about it this year. He had a higher per catch average rate and matched his production with subpar quarterback play. He's a stud.
I can see the commissioner starting to make his way up the tunnel here again. The Cardinals, there had been so much speculation in weeks leading up to this. Would this be the spot that someone would trade up to take the 4th quarterback in this draft? They didn't. Here comes the commish.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
This has been a very good night for mock drafts so far. It has gone about it was projected. Think about all the receivers to come out of Ohio State. Well, Marvin is the only one who was a 2-time All-American. In fact, he was unanimous, first team both times. Plus, he won the Biletnikoff Award last year, caught 144 balls the past 2 seasons, 28 touchdowns. By the way, he's outdone his dad now. Marvin Sr. went 19th in 1996. Maserati Marv goes number 4.
Yeah, a lot bigger than Marvin Harrison Sr. Marvin Harrison Sr., 5'11 and a half, 181. Marvin Harrison Jr., 6'3 and a quarter, 210. Marvin Harrison ran 4.33. Marvin Harrison Jr., not that fast. Marvin Harrison Sr., 19th pick overall in 96. Here, Marvin Harrison Jr., the 4th pick overall. You see the body control, the ability to adjust and be a power forward in the red zone. He had 29 receptions against press coverage the last 2 years, most in FBS. 15 contested catches on 3rd down the last 2 years, most in FBS. And he did it this year, and his numbers didn't lag. He was exactly numbers-wise, production-wise, what he was 2 years ago. And he did it with C.J. Stroud. He did it with Colin McCord, who, by the way, was at Syracuse, guys. You talk about a receiver who gets it. He's going to work as hard as anybody. His dad did. I was with his dad at the Hula Bowl way back when he came out, right? And he was the first one. He came to that locker room. I said, hey, you know, Marvin, I'm ready to go out to the practice field and work. This is the Hula Bowl Wednesday night. and guys come there to have fun. He was there. Game face, business-like approach, work with Peyton Manning before, during, after to get that timing down. Marvin Harrison Jr. will be the exact same way with Kyler Murray.
Well, no one knows that better than Booger. You played with his dad.
Yeah, I played with his dad. And so what can you learn from father to son? I saw the traits of Senior every day at practice, the hard work. And so can you pass those traits on down to your son, how to play the position, how to be the receiver? It's really simple. One of the toughest catches. Go over the shoulder, make the catch, have the eye and the hand coordination to track the football. Marvin Sr. used to come out to practice and make this catch every single day at practice. He practiced it, getting the feet in, making sure the body control, making sure he got both feet in bounds, the eye, catching the football. like father, like son. Doesn't matter the quarterback play. Put the ball up, I'll go get it. I'll be able to track the football over the shoulder, have really good body control, give myself enough room to the outside where the quarterback can complete the football, track it, get both feet in down. Think those conversations at the dinner table didn't rub off? All those conversations out on the playground? And then, that's not the only thing, Greeny. Understand this. When you play receiver, you have to be able to understand how to get the ball. It's not always going to be perfect. The body control, though, how to contort your body to make sure that you're giving your quarterback the proper angle and the proper target to throw the football. C.J. Stroud, look at that. I'm going to make sure he's got enough room, but then the ability to contort my body, catch the football, get both feet in bounds. The conversation that we saw from senior, that I saw every day at practice, he passed down to junior, they're getting a really good receiver.
And just think about the body type you're getting it in.
Yeah.
A guy who's he's pushing 6'4", 212 plus, 215 plus. What do you do? I mean, look, and he's not a guy who's just, resigned to the outside. He can play any position. Unbelievable weapon.
Subway Molly with Maserati Marv.
Thank you. Marvin, one of the most talented wide receiver classes in NFL draft history, and your name was called first. How much pride do you feel in this moment?
I'm just super blessed to be here, really. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of great receivers in this draft class. It's an honor to be first. We got to go and put that work in now.
A career in the NFL was written in your bloodline, but how important is it for you to create your own legacy in this league?
Yeah, I'm just going to try to be my best self, just be the best person, be the best player I can be, and whatever happens, happens from there.
All right, Maserati Marv heading to Arizona. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
It's actually the second straight year they've taken an Ohio State player in the first round. They took Paris Johnson last year, 6th overall, and he joins this illustrious list of players drafted in the first round whose dads are Pro Football Hall of Famers. So far, our pick-to-trade ratio is 4-0. We'll see if that changes next. It's the NFL Draft on ESPN.
Follow your passion with Courtyard by Marriott.
Stay focused.
Illumination's Despicable Me 4.
There's no room for error. Got it?
Rated PG.
I know I've messed up in the past. From now on, there will be $0
delivery fee.
What?
With Dash Pass, you pay $0 delivery fee on DoorDash. To zero!
Dash Pass. Your door to $0 delivery fees. DoorDash.
Men tell us when they use Just for Men to eliminate gray, there's a great before and after. Then there's the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And that's why more men choose Just for Men.
Lowe's knows the only thing that works as hard as pros
Is our rewards program for pros.
That's why when you stock up on the many items you need, you earn bonus points to get the stuff you want. Join MVP's Pro Rewards and start earning today. You got this. We got you.
If I rule the world.
We gotta stop stressing and live our lives.
Imagine that.
Everybody get down!
You playing with fire.
I'm trying to protect us.
The only way to do that is to settle your debt with Duda. What do you want?
Any last words?
The Chi. New episodes coming soon. Visit ParamountPlus.com/The Chi to get 50% off.
Hi, I'm Grok, your new roommate.
Everybody wants super straight, super white teeth. They want that Hollywood white smile.
New Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth and 24/7 sensitivity protection. I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
Far too few people know what a McCrispy is, but the ones who do say it's juicy. And when you taste it, you'll say that too.
Welcome back to Detroit, and here's what you have missed so far. Pretty much exactly what you wrote down this morning on your mock draft. Caleb Williams went number 1 to Chicago. Jaden Daniels went 2 to Washington. Drake May, 3 to the New England Patriots. Marvin Harrison Jr. went number 4 to Arizona. We are still waiting for our first trade of the night. Will the 5th spot be the spot? The Chargers are on the clock, and Adam Schefter has the latest. Schefter.
Really, a lot of people wondered if there would be a team that would trade up to the Chargers spot. They are not trading the pick. They are going to use the pick likely on an offensive tackle. And that means the New York Giants at number 6 will have a choice about whether to take J.J. McCarthy or a highly rated wide receiver or offensive lineman. We also should point out that in recent weeks, both the Patriots and Vikings called the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading Justin Herbert. The Chargers told them absolutely not. They're holding on to him, and they're making the pick now.
So Justin Herbert not going anywhere, the selection not going anywhere. The Giants will have an interesting decision to make in just a matter of moments. But first, let's see what direction the Chargers went. There were several highly touted offensive tackles they could be choosing between. Jim Harbaugh is the new coach. Here comes the 5th pick.
With the 5th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
What an offensive line they're putting together there. The bookends, there he is. Joe Alt started 33 straight games for the Irish at left tackle and dominated. Unanimous first-team All-American last year. Finalist for the Outland Trophy. Just huge, 6'8.5". He's also outdone that man, which is his father. John Alt was the 21st pick in round 1 to Kansas City in 1984 and is in the Chiefs Hall of Fame. Now Joe Alt is headed to Los Angeles.
Yeah, and the first thing you notice about him, Greeny, is the size. Standing 6'8", 320 pounds. That is a mountain of a man. And then once you get past the size, the first thing I ask of my offensive lineman, can they move? Can they be easy mover? Can he take that 6'8" frame, 320 pounds, and can he be physical and move men against their will? That's the number 1 job of an offensive lineman. Protect the quarterback and move guys against their will. But what does that 6'8" frame do? We've seen the great pass rushers in the National Football League. That length, that arm length, the ability to use that frame and ward off those hand and those chop moves at those defensive ends. And the athleticism. Can he move at 6'8"? Ran 5 flat in 40. That's faster than some defensive linemen. They were 50 pounds lighter. So he has the athleticism to climb to the second level, to get and go get those linebackers. And last, but definitely not least, when you're an offensive lineman in the National Football League, you better be nasty because things aren't always going to be perfect in the trenches. You better be able to knock somebody's block off at 6'8", at 320. He can do it. He's still growing. He started out playing quarterback, tight end, played other positions, hadn't played tackle that long. And so the best is yet to be determined for this young man.
Perfect illustration of how the size of players has changed since John Alt came into the league at 275 pounds. His son at 321, 46-pound differential. Joe Alt got better and better. He allowed 4 sacks back in 2021. Only 2 sacks allowed the last 2 years. The improvement he showed with those 33 starts. I think it's interesting, Chargers. It tells you the culture that they want with Jim Harbaugh. They could have gone wide receiver here. That's a big need area. Think about where we are right now with the Giants and what they're thinking. But for the L.A. Chargers, Joe Alt's going to move left tackle to right tackle. Lane Johnson did it coming out of Oklahoma to the Philadelphia Eagles. So this is a situation where the Tennessee Titans at number 7 had to be disappointed.
Yes.
Joe Alt is who they wanted protecting that blind side of Will Levis. You have to believe that. Now they may have to rethink that 7th pick overall.
Meanwhile, let's all just stop and take a breath because we have reached a critical moment in this draft right now. We wondered, would the New York Giants, if they wanted to make a change at quarterback, do they want to move on from Daniel Jones? Would they have to trade up in order to do so? It has turned out that if J.J. McCarthy McCarthy is the quarterback they want? They would not have to. Are we about to see a significant move? You see on the screen behind you, the Giants getting set to make their pick. Shefty, what are we expecting?
Greeny, the Giants put an awful lot of work into quarterbacks, an inordinate amount of time. But they also know that they need wide receiver help. They need offensive playmakers. And that seems to be the direction they've gone in recent days, leaning more towards the wide receiver as much as they like J.J. McCarthy. He was the guy they would have taken. It sounds like they're going to go in a different direction.
Lewis, Malik Neighbors is on the board. Rome Odunze is on the board. J.J. McCarthy is on the board. What should the Giants do?
Look, I don't think you ever pass up on a franchise quarterback if you believe that J.J. McCarthy is a franchise quarterback. I'm not of the belief that you just kind of build up everything around the quarterback and then you just conveniently select the quarterback. The Giants have tried doing that. Look, what has happened at the wide receiver position, although they have thrown some draft capital at it and thrown some free agent dollars at it, hasn't worked out. What has happened to their offensive line? Thrown draft capital at it, thrown free agency dollars at it, hasn't worked out. You can't continue to work with that mindset thinking, I can just always build up around it and then get the quarterback later. If you think that guy on the screen is a franchise quarterback, then you go ahead and you absolutely take him. If you don't, then move on. If it's wide receiver, that guy on your screen is an absolute beast. So you can't go wrong, but don't tell me that you can't pick a franchise quarterback.
You got to help Daniel Jones. You can't hang about the dry. Rome Odunze is a special player. Malik Neighbors, if you're taking the heir apparent, Daniel Jones has no shot.
Booger, what would you do if you're the Giants? We're told the pick is in, but I don't see the commissioner yet. We have a moment. Oh, there he is. He's now just appearing.
To answer your question, Green, it's really simple. I'm taking Malik Neighbors. He's the most explosive player at the receiver position in the draft, and the Giants receivers absolutely stink.
Here it comes.
With the sixth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Wow. We thought maybe quarterbacks would go 1, 2, 3, and 4. Instead, J.J. McCarthy still on the board as we get to 7. As to Neighbors, think of all the great receivers that have come out of LSU, including Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Neighbors is the school's all-time leader in catches and yards with over 3,000 yards in 3 seasons. In a league that values explosive plays, he led the FBS with 17 catches of 30 yards or longer last year.
Well, I said the most fascinating draft I've ever been associated with because the decisions that Joe Shane and Brian Daboll had to make. Do you go for the heir apparent in J.J. McCarthy to Daniel Jones, who you didn't draft? Okay, you inherited Daniel Jones, so you could have gotten your own guy. Instead, you try to help Daniel Jones. They haven't had an explosive receiver. They haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver in 6 years since Odell Beckham Jr. in 2018. Malik Neighbors, he's your guy, Bo. Go right ahead. You said it was him all the way.
No doubt. I think he's the best receiver in the draft. He's the most explosive guy in the draft. The fastest receiver. No one caught more touchdowns from the slot than Malik Neighbors. You talk about run after the catch, he can do it. If I want to give the NFL fans a picture that you've already seen, think Jamar Chase, but he's faster. And if you're a quarterback, wouldn't you want to throw to Jamar Chase? And for a receiving core with the New York Giants, who absolutely stunk, now they get a guy who has the potential of being a #1 receiver. He can play inside, he can play outside, he is explosive, the closest thing to Tyreek Hill that we have seen in the National Football League since Tyreek came in.
Yeah, look, I mean, he is the total package. The only thing he doesn't have Marvin Harrison Jr.'s height. But I'll take his ability to catch contested balls, his run after the catch reminds you in some regards like he's Debo-like in that regard. He's just about as tough as they come. And I'll tell you here, look, when you're talking about Jamar Chase, he has that, because what can Jamar do? Jamar is a 3-position player who can play on the outside or play on the inside. And so here on the outside, he's just going to be able to line up and split double coverage and run through it. Well, how many times have we seen Jamar Chase do that? We see him do it over and over again. Here, you see it right here. Beat the press, you see. He's splitting quarters coverage is senseless right there. Or cover 2 coverage. He'll just run right between the double team and run between those vices, and then it's all over. Explosive after the catch. Can you turn the short 5-yard pass in the explosive plus 20-yard play? Well, Malik, if you've ever been up close to him, you see he has a running back type of body. He doesn't have an ounce of fat on it. This is one of the best plays that we've seen in recent memory as far as Jamar Chase. Watch how many people he avoids on this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, and then he just runs away from them. He's running away from top quality NFL defenders. And so when you have that kind of ability, hey, I can see why the Giants would go up and get him. And then elite body control and great hands. You want to talk about vice grips? Absolutely. He will snatch it down. Jamar had some issues early on in his rookie year at Cincinnati. He cleaned those up. He made those kind of surface highlight catches all the time. This kid is complete. Now the question is this. Can you get the ball to him?
Yeah.
Can you protect Daniel Jones? Because it really, this is just a part of the problem that's going on with New York. They have other things to fix, and they better fix them. Otherwise, it's not going to matter what Malik Neighbors does.
Subway, Molly.
Malik, another talented wide receiver from LSU, joins the league. How important is it for you to represent that brotherhood and add right away to that Giants offense?
It's very important. You know, being a receiver that goes to LSU, you know, you gotta come in and be a dog. So I'm expecting to be that. You know, I can only just thank God for this opportunity that I'm in.
Let me see the inside of your suit. I saw you showing that off a second ago. Tell us about it.
Inside of my suit is all the legends that, you know, has been a part of my life. Mom, family, brothers, coaches, you know, all the legacy that made Malik who Malik is. So at LSU, so to have that in my jacket, you know, it means a lot.
All right, congratulations, Malik. You guys are looking at Daniel Jones's new favorite target. He's going to the New York Giants.
He's the second LSU player drafted in round 1 by the Giants. The other, you've heard of him, Odell Beckham Jr., 10 years ago. The Titans are on the clock. Would this be the spot for our first trade of the night? We're going to find out in just a moment. We'll hear from Tennessee right after this. It's the draft on ESPN.
You choose humans over apes. Together, strong. Hold on! I will never give up.
Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, rated PG-13.
Phone call from the boss? Sorry. Outdoor time. It's me time.
I hear that. That's why we protect all your vehicles here. But hey, nothing wrong with sticking it to the boss.
Oh, Flo, you gonna take that? Why would that concern me? Because you're aren't you the...
Huh. We never actually discussed hierarchy.
Okay, why don't we just stick to letting Dave know how much he can save when he bundles his home or auto with his boat or RV?
Wait, I thought Jamie was the boss.
It's funny because I'm not boss material.
I leave at 6:15 a.m. and
Nice.
The dashboard comes up and says Blue Cruise is available, and I just sit back, hands-free. That's it.
Blue Cruise is on.
Anytime that I want to change lanes, I just simply touch the directional, and that's it. It was very easy to learn. It is something that I use every day.
The worst part of my day is work, and the best part is driving to and from work.
Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, brings you the Select Cut mower, built to exceed the power of gas. Customize the cut with Ego's revolutionary dual-blade cutting system with 3 interchangeable blades. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it cuts for over an hour on a single charge. And touch-drive self-propelled technology makes it effortless. The Ego Power Plus Select Cut mower, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Are you the Bud Light genie? Yeah.
What's next?
Bud Lights?
I'm a genie.
Gemini.
I'm a genie.
Oh, Post Malone.
Hey.
Wendy's fries are always hot and crispy.
Friday!
So Toby says every day is now
Friday. Tuesday.
Friday.
Wednesday.
Friday.
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 Get the fries other fries wish they could be. Wendy's hot and crispy fries. Guaranteed.
This is Miami.
Oh my God.
The heat is on. Let me introduce you to the 20 best drivers in the world. It's close between the two of them. Max Verstappen takes the lead. The Miami Grand Prix.
Welcome back to the 2024 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott.
Top of the hour in Detroit, 6 picks behind us. The Tennessee Titans are next up, and Mel's Best Available are brought to you by Courtyard by Marriott.
You know, as wide receiver, Romo Dunze, an outstanding football player, great work ethic. Brock Bowers can do anything. Put him in the backfield, you can put him at H-back, you can put him at tight end, you can put him at wide receiver in the slot, everywhere. Great run after the catch ability. Then the first defensive player, Dallas Turner, edge rusher, who tested off the charts at the combine. Troy Fautanu, left tackle, probably a guard in the NFL. And J.C. Latham, a mauler at right tackle out of Alabama.
I see the commissioner making his way. The 7th pick in the draft, the Tennessee Titans.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle, Alabama.
Weighed in at 342 at the combine. By the way, he was a sprinter in high school when he was already 6'6" and weighed 300 pounds. Grew up in Wisconsin, 5-star recruit, has been on everyone's radar since the 8th grade. Started 27 games at right tackle for Alabama, also played a little guard.
Yeah, think about this team, Peter Skoronski, right, last year guard. Now you have both tackles, left tackle and right tackle, are need areas for the Tennessee Titans to help Will Levis, who got pounded, played well, but took a lot of hits and ended up getting hurt. He's a kick step maven. He's the kind of guy, you talk about a mountain of a man, 6'5", 342, doesn't tell the story. He's got the longest arms of anybody you'll come across. He's got massive hands, huge hands, guys, and he will destroy you at the point of attack as a run blocker. Now, his timing of this offensive line was off this year. Talk about setting the protections, things like that, Lou. We saw people blame J.C. Latham when it wasn't his fault. This kid has to cut down on the penalties like Tyler Smith has done with Dallas. That comes with coaching. So the O-line coach is going to be key, but J.C. Latham blamed for things that were not true. He played some great games and had a little hiccup. Everybody said he had a horrible game.
Hey, and I know what game you're talking about. You're talking about the Michigan game. He was pitching a shutout until that last play. And let me tell you this. I wish I could show you my notes on my iPad that I wrote down for this guy. But it's not suitable for network TV. But this guy was an absolute monster. When he put his hands on you, it was over. He took Texas A&M's defensive line, and he just went one by one and was just ragdolling people. Tennessee, same thing. I mean, when pass sets, flexibility, redirect, run game, combo blocks, pull around the edge at 6'5" and 340 pounds. Unbelievable athlete. Unbelievable.
All right, so the 8th pick is up next. That's the Atlanta Falcons, and Shefty is with us here with news. Shefty.
Greeny, here it might be the stunning pick of round 1. The Atlanta Falcons, despite signing Kirk Cousins, are considering a quarterback at number 8. Right now, J.J. McCarthy is on the board. Michael Penix is on the board. Bo Nix is on the board. And the Falcons are strongly considering taking a quarterback at number 8. We'll see if they go ahead and make the first stunning pick of tonight.
And we'll find that out in just a moment. First, let's go back down to the stage subway in Molly.
Thank you, JC. There's a rich history of Alabama offensive linemen in the league. How surreal is it to add to that legacy?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Alabama's a standard. You can't replicate the dynasty and what we do over there. And, being here now, I get a chance to represent it. So,
how will you set the tone for this new look Titans offense?
Yeah, I mean, day one going in, I just want to just live up to the standard of what Alabama is, just by working the hardest, being the first one in, last one to leave, and doing everything I can to help the team's success.
All right, JC, congratulations.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
So J.C. Latham goes off the board. Atlanta was a spot we thought we would get our first defensive player of this draft. Adam Schefter telling us we should expect a quarterback to go here. Mel, which quarterback should we be expecting?
Well, if you're talking about a quarterback in Atlanta over a defensive player, now you have Kirk Cousins, right? You have a guy like Dallas Turner sitting there, pass rusher, which they need off the edge. I'm taking, at this stage of the game, J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy, to me, is too high, so I'm going to move down. If I'm Atlanta, I'm not taking a quarterback at 8. It's too rich for me. I'm not taking the 15th best player in J.J. McCarthy there. I'm not taking Michael Penix Jr. or Bo Nix there. I'm moving down if I'm Atlanta, and then I will look at the quarterback, the more palatable point of round 1. This, to me, is overdrafting a quarterback. If you take any of these guys, they pick number 8.
And here's the thing about Atlanta. They need defensive help. You just signed Kirk Cousins. You gave him up almost $100 million guaranteed. They can't get to the quarterback. They haven't had a double-digit sack guy since Vic Beasley. Raheem Morris, a defensive defensive head coach taking over, they need pass rush. And if they don't address the pass rush now, when are they going to do it? Especially with the top edge guy, whoever it is in their mind, still on the board right now.
Yeah, this would be an interesting one, especially considering the state of affairs in the South.
Exactly.
They're right there right now.
Yes.
They're right there. Now, maybe they feel as though, hey, look, Kirk may be, trending nicely as far as his rehab and his recovery from that torn Achilles. But, man, if they go ahead and go quarterback right now, understand that first pick essentially doesn't help you go ahead and really try and put a stranglehold, so to speak, on the South and really see if you can dethrone the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and be that team that makes that big leap, because there's so many things that are set up so good for them. I thought they have had a fantastic offseason, starting with the hiring of Raheem Morris and the way he has constructed that staff. This would absolutely qualify as a shocker if they take a quarterback here.
Especially with the help that they need on defense. I can't reiterate that enough. They have to get to the quarterback, and right now they just can't do it.
I can illustrate it for you. Their defense has only 81 sacks in the last 3 years. That is the fewest in the NFL. Their last play with double-digit sacks was Vic Beasley, as you mentioned, in 2016. So the defense is where they desperately need the help. Again, Adam Schefter telling us to expect a quarterback to go here. J.J. McCarthy is on the board. Michael Penix Jr. is on the board. Bo Nix is on the board.
Especially going quarterback, Greeny, after you pay Kirk Cousins $100 million guaranteed.
Well, let's see if the stunner is about to take place. Here comes Roger Goodell to announce the pick.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr., quarterback of Washington.
Holy smoke. And so the first stunner.
I love it.
Wow.
You love it.
It's right. I'm just saying, from a stunner perspective, I love it. Because look, we love the drama of the draft. We love the unpredictability of the draft. Something was coming. It couldn't just go chalk, as we were saying, one after another. Now, do I agree that this is the best use of their draft position at this point? No, I don't. But the fact is, look, Michael Penix has been someone who hasn't been talked about in the big three, the big four. He's always been number 5 and on down, quite honestly. But when you look at his tape, man, and you think about the offense that Zach Robinson's going to run, that T.J. Yates is going to put in, that Raheem Morris is going to want, that Sean McVay-style offense, run, play action, move the pocket a little bit, deep shots down the field, Michael Penix can do all that. He can do it. Now, the question is, when is he going to do it?
Yes.
Especially if Kirk Cousins is playing. Is something wrong with Kirk Cousins? Do they have some questions about his availability? I don't know. We're just sitting here talking. But this is a shocker.
Kirk Cousins coming off a torn Achilles, but let's make certain everyone who has not been following this draft process is aware of the injury history with Michael Penix Jr., because otherwise there would be no question he was worthy of this spot. He had a brilliant college career, began at Indiana, was terrific when healthy, but suffered 2 torn ACLs, plus a variety of shoulder injuries. When he went to Washington in 2 years, he was 25-3. He threw for over 9,500 yards and 67 touchdowns. He was runner-up for the Heisman last year. So the talent is unquestioned, Mel. It is the injury history that was the concern.
It was exactly that. 24th player on my board. You don't take 24th player at 8. That's just my opinion. But in terms of the Atlanta Falcons, what they saw the last 2 years was a guy who can light it up when he gets time, okay? When he has time, he can put on a show, layer it accurately to all levels. He's got a huge hand. The ball explodes out of that hand. They were 7-2, Indiana was, in 2019 with him at quarterback. They lost 3 of their last 4 games once he got hurt. People say, well, at Indiana, he had problems. He wasn't very good. He had some bad games. I remember the Iowa game when he had 3 picks early on. He had some good games, and he was an integral part of an offense that put up points and won some football games at Indiana. Then he goes to Washington. He has all this talent around him, and he does a great job. He doesn't do well off platform. The offensive line is going to be key there, but they have weapons. Atlanta's been drafting guys like Kyle Pitts and Drake London and Bijan Robinson. Now they had Michael Penix Jr. Too high for my liking at pick number 8. Like I said, Dallas Turner from Alabama is still sitting there. Just to clean up one thing real quick, the Tennessee Titans drafted J.C. Latham. Their offensive line coach, oh, by the way, everybody, is Bill Callahan, one of the best in the business, right? So he will help J.C. Latham cut down on penalties. For this pick, though, for the Atlanta Falcons, they got to believe. And the Raiders, it was discussed always. The Raiders are taking him at 13. The Raiders evidently were trying to trade up. My intel said trade up to get Michael Penix Jr. They had to think about Denver picking one pick ahead. They're in the same division. Who would have thought Atlanta, though, would make this move? I didn't see it coming. I don't know who did. Michael?
Shefty, let me get to Shefty here quickly with the concerns about the injuries. What can you tell us?
Well, the teams were not concerned about his knees, not concerned about his shoulders. Raheem Morris loved Michael Penix, and the Falcons felt like they couldn't wait. There have been speculation swirling in recent weeks that he could be the pick, and now there have been 4 quarterbacks picked in the first 8 picks, with J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix still out there, Greeny.
It's the first time in the common draft era 4 quarterbacks go in the first 8 picks. The Bears will be next. Booger, your thoughts on Michael Penix to Atlanta?
Michael Penix is a really good player. Talked to some of the quarterback coaches around the league that went to all the pro days. They said he had the best arm. The ball comes off of his hand electric. The key is, when will we see it? Kirk Cousins is going to play if he's healthy, so when will you see Michael Penix on the field?
That really is the question. Do they want to see him on the field immediately? You obviously have brought in Kirk Cousins not just for one season.
Yeah, look, I mean, it just makes you wonder, like, what do they feel about Kirk Cousins' stats going forward? That's all.
Well, we'll find out. So the Bears made the first pick of this night, and now they will make the 9th selection. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
The big questions on all the talk shows in Chicago this week. Do they draft the lineman to protect the young quarterback, or the receiver to give him the weapon? And now we have our answer. Consensus All-American out of Las Vegas, 167 catches and 20 touchdowns the past 2 seasons. And Melly is tough. Suffered a broken rib and punctured lung last September. Didn't miss a game and led the country in receiving yards with 1,604.
Love this kid. I said he was special early on tonight. Rome will burn you. Rome is 6'3" almost, 212 pounds with length, ran 4.45, 39 vertical. 24 contested catches in 2023, most in FBS. You talk about consistency, 5 or more catches in every game. The only game he did was Utah, and he had 2 touchdown receptions. This kid is like Marvin Harrison, and Marvin Harrison Sr. in terms of work ethic. He's humble. He wants to keep getting better and better. Michael Penix Jr. had him to throw to. Also had Jalen McMillan and Jalen Pope, 2 really good players. You think about the Chicago Bears now with Caleb Williams and DJ Moore adding Romo Odunze, who to me, when you look back on it, I thought he was clearly the second best receiver, right there with Marvin Harrison Jr., slightly ahead of Malik Neighbors, but one of the best 4 or 5 players in this draft, and you get him at pick 8. When you're picking 8, you want to get a guy inside of 5. Romo Odunze was right there at that spot on my big board.
We've had 9 players selected. They've all been offensive players. Meanwhile, I believe we're about to have our first trade of the night. Shefty.
Bringing the Minnesota Vikings, there was discussions about them coming up to number 4, number 5. They did not want to go that high. But with all the quarterbacks going, they felt they couldn't wait anymore and have just engineered a trade with the Jets to come up to number 10, presumably to pick a quarterback. The Minnesota Vikings at number 10 are now on the clock.
Moving up 1 spot. The Jets were at 10, the Vikings there at 11, and so they come up here. One would assume this is for J.J. McCarthy.
I don't think there's any question that that's who it's for. I think Minnesota, to me, represents the organization that is best suited to really support a young quarterback. Yeah. They have it all. Offensive line, running backs, wide receivers, and they have coaches that groom a guy like J.J. McCarthy.
Meanwhile, the Bears, of course, just took one of their new star young wide receivers, and Subway takes us down to Molly, who's with Rome Odunze.
All right, thank you, Rome. You just caught balls from quarterback Caleb Williams just last week. How excited are you to play with him?
I'm thrilled. You know, I got to watch him play from across the sideline, and I know how special he is, so I'm so excited to get to work from day one and go do something special.
What has this Bears staff done to create a foundation for success right away in Chicago?
I think they've been building it for a little bit now, and when I visited with them, you know, they're determined, they're tenacious, and I think I can get along well with them. So they've been doing it for a while. I'm just another piece to the puzzle.
All right, congrats, Rome. Happy for you.
Thank you. Go Bears.
And the excitement in Chicago is unquestioned. The excitement in Atlanta for their young quarterback in the stunner, and the excitement in Minnesota where the Vikings have traded up, and they will make their pick next on ESPN.
Hilda Vanderkoy controls this hellhole. She kills my family. Tonight, her empire crumbles. Toy Kills World, rated R.
IHOP?
IHOP?
IHOP's Pancake of the Month is here. Loyalty members earn bonus pan coins when they try them all.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. Because it's the things you make that show what you're made of. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
If your business needs a new application, then developers will have to write code. A lot of code. If an application needs to be modernized, then you'll need time, resources, and caffeine. If this sounds daunting, then use Watson X Code Assistant. AI designed to multiply developer productivity so you can generate code quickly. Let's create a more modern foundation for business with Watson X Code Assistant. IBM, let's create.
AT&T just sent me a heads up on the best plan for me. That's cool. They know what a pro wants.
What a pro needs.
Whatever makes me happy.
Sets you free?
And I'm thanking you for knowing exactly what a pro wants, what a pro needs. Whatever makes me happy sets me free.
Good. A little bit flat. It'll get better.
AT&T Optimizer provides proactive recommendations so you get what's right for you.
That feels nice.
The Cantina Chicken Burrito isn't just for late night, because it keeps it light with slow-roasted shredded chicken and finely shredded purple cabbage in a freshly grilled tortilla that's not shredded. Introducing the new Cantina Chicken Burrito, only at Taco Bell.
Catch all your favorite off-season content on NFL Plus Premium. Stream exclusive off-season coverage from the NFL Draft, free agency, and more. Relive the biggest plays from the season with full and condensed game replays. Stay connected through the offseason with 24/7 football news and coverage on NFL Network. Don't miss any of the offseason action. Access NFL Plus Premium today on the NFL app.
He needs some technique work. He needs coaching. More experience.
Back in Detroit, our aerial coverage is provided by Goodyear. From their first step on the field to their first step on the stage, these players have drive. Goodyear, more driven. So one of the surprises of this night is that J.J. McCarthy is still available as we reach pick number 10. According to our draft day predictor, there was only a 19% chance he would still be available here. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Vikings have never taken a quarterback in the top 10. The highest quarterback they've ever taken was Dante Culpepper at number 11 in 1999. But Adam Schefter telling us they've traded up here for a quarterback. Mel, which one should they take?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you don't take a quarterback this high, but they're going to take probably J.J. McCarthy. Why? Because this kid went 27-1 as a starter. Talk about intangibles, talk about competitiveness, Josh Allen-like. He was stressed on third down, even fourth down against Alabama. They don't even move on to play for a national title. When he had to make plays, he did. Stayed away from interceptions. The ones he did throw were memorable. But here's the Minnesota Viking team. I talk about the division every year. You cannot be fourth unless you get some luck or you get some bad luck and bad fortune like Pittsburgh got in. Why? Because Joe Burrow got hurt and Deshaun Watson got hurt. Why'd they go out and change their quarterbacks? Because they knew they can't be fourth. If you're Minnesota and you see Jordan Love emerging as a star, you know Caleb Williams is coming to the division, and you got Jared Goff in the division, you better keep up with the teams in that division and get yourself somebody that Sam Darnold can be the bridge to. Now, hey, if Sam Darnold emerges, it's a win-win, right? Then he has great, he's only 26. JJ's only 21. Yeah. JJ needed that bridge quarterback, and he's got it with Sam Darnold.
And we came into this draft wondering when was Minnesota going to make their move? They had 11, they got 23 from Houston. When were they going to make their move? They didn't sign Kirk Cousins back, so we knew based on that and those two things, they were going to get a quarterback. Which quarterback have they identified? Either way, Kevin O'Connell, now the pressure is on him because he's handpicked this quarterback to lead his franchise to go with all those weapons with Addison and Jefferson and Hawkinson, all those weapons. So this quarterback is going to be in really good shape.
I think this is the best situation for any of these young quarterbacks. And in Chicago, Ryan Poles has done fantastic work setting the table for Caleb. I think this is the best one. When you think of the head coach, play caller, supporting cast, I think it's fantastic.
Here comes the commissioner ready to announce after the trade. The Vikings coming up to number 10, and here's the pick.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
Oh, you hear the ovation. There have to be some mixed emotions in this room. They love him here, having led Michigan to a national championship, and now he goes to the arch rival Minnesota Vikings of their Detroit Lions. All right, so Jim Harbaugh said he's the greatest quarterback in Michigan history. He is now the first to go in round one since Harbaugh himself did in 1987. McCarthy made the college football playoff both his seasons as a starter. He threw 49 touchdowns for the Wolverines, ran for 10 more. And Lewis, pick up the thought you had a moment ago. He goes to a place where they are set up for success.
Absolutely. Look, it starts with the head coach in particular. Josh McCown talked to him at the Combine. He's now the quarterback coach there in Minnesota, and he said, look, the thing that impresses him the most about Kevin O'Connell and his system is that they provide answers for the quarterback. There's nothing that a quarterback will come off the field and have a question about that he can't answer and provide a solution to. And when you have a guy who has that kind of ability to make those kinds of plays, you're not going to have to provide too many solutions for him once you kind of get him groomed, because J.J. McCarthy is a fantastic prospect. No, Michigan didn't rely on him and put games on his back week after week after week. But when they called on him under pressure, get outside the pocket, convert on third down, convert on fourth down, convert with your legs, make tough throws over the middle in the tight windows, push the ball down the field. He can do it all. He just doesn't have the volume of throws that some of these other guys have. And he won't have to play right away in Minnesota. But if he earns it, think of the weapons that he has to work with at wide receiver, offensive line, and at running back. It is all set for him.
The talent is there, but of all the guys at the quarterback position that have been picked so far, this is the biggest gamble because the sample size just isn't there like it is with the other guys. We've seen a plethora of throws, a plethora of reps from the other guys, but we haven't seen it with J.J. McCarthy. So when we talk about the National Football League being a projection and what can you do for me going forward, this is the biggest risk, I think, Mel.
Well, let me say this. This is the pressure to get the quarterback position right. It's the most important position in sports. That's why they're overdrafted. To J.J. McCarthy, we say, well, he didn't have to carry the team, right? It was Blake Corum, that offensive line, the defense. But he was stressed on third down and on fourth down that Alabama game. It was traditional old school bug. That's the way they played at Michigan. He didn't live on bubble screens. He didn't live on layups. He lived on passes between the hashes. Almost 30% of his completions between the hashes. It wasn't gimmicks like a lot of these quarterbacks that did those lofty stats and they're at 70% completion percentage. That's not what J.J. did. Fourth quarter, he only threw 34 passes. That's it. So he didn't need to be the guy. And late in the year, you think about games because you're waiting for that statement game. Other guys are making plays. JJ was doing what he needed to do. Win football games. I said he doesn't throw picks, but the picks he did throw were memorable. 2 in the semifinal game against TCU, 2 pick sixes there, to a pick before the half against Maryland. He got back into that game, right? But overall, 27-1 as a starter. To me, JJ McCarthy overdrafted. And I'll tell you what this does. It helps one quarterback, Bo Nix. Because now Bo Nix, there's a gap between Bo Nix, even though I have him down the line a little bit, Bo Nix to Spencer Rattler is a gap. So if you want to get a potential starting quarterback that has similarities in some ways to a young Drew Brees, Bo Nix is helped by these 5 quarterbacks going in the top 10. So he, too, may get overdrafted.
Well, bear in mind, the record for most quarterbacks to be drafted in round 1 is 6. We've had 5 taken so far. We're only 10 picks in here tonight. The Jets moving back 1 spot here. The Jets, there have been a lot of speculation. Do they go with the tight end and Brock Bowers? Do they go with offensive line help to try and protect Aaron Rodgers?
They got 2 tackles that haven't played every game in their career. They need to protect Aaron Rodgers. We saw how his season ended last year. He's got to be protected. When you're choosing between an offensive weapon or protection for an almost 40-year-old quarterback, you got to protect him, Greeny.
And on top of it, they're both 33 years old.
Exactly, yeah.
Those are Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. Let's see if that's the direction they go. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
And those Jet fans should be happier than they look. He's 6'6", 312 pounds, a consensus All-American in the Big Ten's Offensive Lineman of the Year in 2023. Look at the excitement. That's what this night is about. The wildest dreams of these young men and their families coming true directly before your eyes. He started 21 games for the Nittany Lions, allowed just 1 sack. He was the teammate at Gonzaga College High School in D.C. of Caleb Williams, who went number 1 tonight. Now Olu Fashanu goes to the Jets.
Watch him play high school football at Gonzaga with Caleb. And Olu Fashanu is a talented athlete, kind of a Ronnie Stanley type player at 6'6", 312 with long arms, small but strong hands. He needs to get coached. Talked about J.C. Latham going to Tennessee, right, with Bill Callahan. Great offensive line coach. Think about Olu Fashanu with the New York Jets. Needs to be coached. He's got some things he's got to work on. Doesn't always sustain as well as you would like. Needs to play with more consistent leverage, right? Makes some nice blocks in space, but needs to make better initial contact. Pad level is also always not what it needs to be. So there's some subtle things, coaching-wise, that can he improve on. He's only 21 years of age. He can learn from Tyron Smith. Morgan Moses is there, both 33 years of age, both injuries-prone. Garrett Tucker's had issues as well at guard. This is a security blanket as a 6th man, a developmental left tackle behind Tyron Smith in case somebody gets hurt to protect your 40-year-old quarterback coming off with Achilles. I would have gone for Brock Bowers. That's my guy. I love Brock Bowers, but I can see why they would need that left tackle because both those veteran left tackle, right tackle, 33, like I said, coming off injuries.
Yeah, and when you look at his tape the year before, I think that's where people see and they dream what his ceiling can be. When you talk about this league, Mel, this is a passing league, and his ability to mirror and stay in front of defensive ends and pass block, to me, can be second to none. He's got Pro Bowl potential at that position.
I'll give you one thing. 1 sack allowed and 700 pass plays at Penn State. So even though technically he does need some work, he's only 21, and the upside is there.
Yes.
All right, so the next 2 teams who are on the clock are the Denver Broncos and the Las Vegas Raiders. They are both teams we have associated with the quarterbacks in this draft. Bo Nix is still available. Will he go to one of them? We'll find out next. You're watching The Draft on ESPN.
Don't let me go. No. Don't let me go. No. Don't let me go. No, don't let me go. Don't let me go. Don't you ever let me go. Don't you ever
all these games on DirecTV and no satellite on the roof. Think about this. Blue Jays, Cardinals, Orioles. What's missing? The Andean condor? No, walnut brain. Pigeons. They'd rather name a team after socks. To be fair, we're not very athletic.
This Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear is so soft and so smooth.
Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better for a smooth, more enjoyable go. Charmin, enjoy the go.
Oh, sorry, man.
You.
We all bring something different to the table. Ben's Original. We're all original recipes.
Remember me?
They took Furiosa!
You crawled out of a pitiless grave. Only one thing's gonna do that. Revenge. But you will never. Going to get me.
Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. Only in theaters May 24th.
So this is pickleball?
Pickle!
Oh, these guys are intense. With E-Trade from Morgan Stanley, we're ready for whatever gets served up.
Dude, you gotta work on your trash talk.
I'd rather work on saving for retirement. Or college, since you like to get schooled. That's a pretty good burn, right?
There's nothing better than a game. A great tasting Miller Lite. It's less filling than Miller Lite. Tastes great.
Never understood this argument. Let it be both. Miller and Miller. I like it.
These new Little Caesars Crazy Puffs are fun size.
And perfect on the go.
You hear that, Buttercup? We can go anywhere.
Enjoy Little Caesars Crazy Puffs on the go for just $3.99.
Pizza, pizza.
It's done. The goal of the year, part of the past. The celebrations, forgotten. The history. We're back to a blank slate. Clean ice. All that matters now is what happens next. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue on ESPN, ABC, and ESPN+.
Welcome back to the 2024 NFL Draft, where we have already seen 5 quarterbacks go in the top 10 picks. The Denver Broncos are now on the clock with the opportunity to make it 6 quarterbacks, which would tie the all-time NFL record that was set back in the historic draft of 1983, Greeny.
And it would obliterate how quickly it happened. Dan Marino was the 6th quarterback taken that year. He went 27 overall. We are staring at the 12th pick of this draft. So, Mel, it is historic how quickly these quarterbacks have gone off the board, and maybe the next one is here.
Yeah, we're talking, I think the Raiders got to be sitting there shocked. At pick number 13, all the quarterbacks could be off the board, and they're in a division with Mahomes and Herbert, and now you're talking about Denver having an opportunity. I said back when I did those mock 3.0 that this kid Bo Nix reminded Joe a little bit of Drew Brees. I compared everything. Hand size, both have big hands. Bo Nix 6'2", Drew Brees 6'1.5". 20 rushing touchdowns. Drew Brees had 600 rushing yards that final year. 61 starts. Sean Payton, Bill Parcells, like experience. So we'll see what happens.
Here comes the commissioner with the selection.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
And so here we are, 12 picks into this draft. 6 quarterbacks already off the board. Not a single defensive player has been selected. Let's talk about Bo Nix. He has played a lot of football. 3-year starter at Auburn before transferring. Was a Heisman finalist last year at Oregon with 45 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. In all, he made 61 starts at quarterback. That's an NCAA record. The previous mark was 53. So, Mel, he's been in the spotlight forever, and here he comes.
We had Drake May, 21 years of age. J.J. McCarthy, 21 years of age. Michael Penix Jr. soon to be 24 next week, and Bo Nix is 24. And Bo Nix was at Auburn, right? Patrick Nix's father had been the quarterback. Immense pressure to be the guy in the SEC at Auburn. Didn't happen. Didn't come together. Watch this play here. The pirouette move. This is 4th down, touchdown pass. He showed flashes of brilliance. He goes to Oregon, right system, a lot of short passes to get him in rhythm, and he was dynamic. And you think about a kid who has 61 starts, the completion percentage like Drew Brees, where you want to be, the accuracy, the arm strength is going to hopefully get better. It did with Drew Brees. Bo Nix doesn't have really good arm strength right now. It's decent to good. It's not great. Drew Brees, that was why he was the first pick in the 2nd round. People question his arm strength. It did get better. I think Sean Payton saw a little bit of Brees, I said it a month ago, Greeny, in Bo Nix.
Shefty, what did Sean Payton say?
All right, Greeny, back in 2017, Sean Payton was sitting in the 11th spot, and the Kansas City Chiefs jumped right in front of him and grabbed Patrick Mahomes. He didn't get the chance to draft Patrick Mahomes. Sean Payton feels the same kind of way about Bo Nix that he once felt about Patrick Mahomes. They flew out to Oregon to have a private workout for Bo Nix, gave him the Broncos offensive playbook the night before, and by 8 a.m. the next morning, he could recite Denver's offense. They took him onto the field. He threw the ball with accuracy, with precision, and Denver focused in on Bo Nix all along. The Broncos center, Alex Forsythe, 7th round pick last year, played at Bo Nix, raved to the Broncos coaches and front office about Bo Nix. This was the quarterback that Denver was determined to get in the 1st round, and Sean Payton did not lose out on his quarterback tonight the way he did in 2017.
And there had been speculation that maybe they'd be able to get him in round 2, or that someone would. Instead, he is the 12th pick of this draft. You hear the comparisons being made. Again, we've had the 6 quarterbacks that have gone in the first 12 picks. Easily the fastest we've seen that happen. Again, the 1983 class, the final quarterback was pick number 27. Bo Nix goes at number 12. Booger.
Here's the thing I'll say, Greeny. For Sean Payton to reminisce back to Patrick Mahomes and then see Bo Nix, I'm not sure what he's seeing. That's number one. Bo Nix, are you getting anything that's going to improve down the road? He's 24 years old, 61 starts. He's been a dink and dunk quarterback at Oregon. Is he going to be Drew Brees? I don't know. But if you're thinking that he's going to come in after you pay $86 million to get rid of Russell Wilson, I think that's unfair pressure to put on this pick in Bo Nix.
Well, I think what he's going to want is what you saw out of Drew Brees, right? Some people thought Drew Brees was a dink and dunk quarterback, but he was a guy who handled pressure tremendously, could throw the football in the middle field tremendously because they protected him inside. Bo Nix can do that. He gets the ball out on time and deliver it accurately.
There's no quarterback left for the Raiders. Let's see where they go.
With the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
What a career for this young man who's from Napa Valley, 3-time All-American. He's the 3rd Georgia player to do that, joining Herschel Walker and our old friend David Pollack. Bowers also won the Mackey Award as the nation's best tight end twice. He's the only player ever to do so. He's now the highest drafted tight end since Kyle Pitts went 4th in 2021.
7th highest rated player on the board. You get him at pick number 13. That's what you call value. That he didn't get the quarterback, but they're overdrafting. Bo Nix was at 31 on my board. That's that feeding frenzy for quarterbacks. All 6 of these guys aren't going to be great. 3 or 4 are probably going to be good. Maybe a couple will be disappointments. They won't all be great. Brock Bowers has a chance to be special. He is a kid you can put in the backfield. You can put him at tight end. You can put him at H-back. You can line him up outside. He's just a weapon. He can catch the ball and do things after the catch with that speed he possesses. He averaged 83 receiving yards in 7 career conference championship games and bowl games. Great run after the catch ability, tracks the ball extremely well. You can move him around everywhere, whether it's Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell. That's the quarterback's best friend right there.
And that's exactly it. What do they need? If you can't get the quarterback, then with the quarterbacks that you do have with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, get them weapons and get them multi-positional weapons. But they have some nice pieces now with Jacoby Myers, Devontae Adams, and Brock Bowers. They still need to find a runner. There are some running backs that are going to provide tremendous value later on in this draft. I'm sure they'll be able to pick one up. But this guy's just a weapon, period. And again, if you don't have the trigger guy, then find somebody who can make that trigger guy look a lot better, and this guy can do it. He will own the middle of the field. Absolutely own it.
And I realize he's going to be a weapon, but we got Michael Mayer from Notre Dame. Now we have Brock Bowers, and we still don't have anybody to throw him the football the offensive line is still a work in progress. I just question the pick and how they're going to be able to use this pick in Las Vegas.
Well, look, I think there have been so much speculation that they were going to draft a quarterback. Would they move up to try and get Jaden Daniels? All of that connection, and I don't know what their intelligence told them, but the idea that they would not have the option to take any of them at 13 may have taken them by as much surprise as it did us. We've got 6 quarterbacks down, and we're not even halfway through round 1. Will a defensive player be selected at any point tonight?
At some point.
We assume they will, but we're not quite sure yet. 6 quarterbacks have gone off the board. They all went in the first 12 selections of the 2024 NFL Draft. We're back in just a moment on ESPN.
Fellas, just like Nationwide helps millions of people prepare for their financial future, I'm here to help you prepare for the NFL Draft. You ready? On. Off. On. Ring, ring, it's your future calling. Seriously, no one's going with the quarter zip? People like this look. I get a lot of emails. All right, give me your best commish hug. Too much? Yeah, that's way too much.
Introducing Gatorade Water. Alkaline and electrolyte infused for great taste. Gatorade Water, always in motion.
Lowe's knows the only thing that works as hard as pros
is our rewards program for pros.
That's why when you stock up on the many items you need, you earn bonus points to get the stuff you want. Join MVP's Pro Rewards and start earning today. You got this. We got you.
Don't say you can take the heat until you've tried the Spicy McCrispy. No one wants to hear it unless you've had spicy pepper sauce on the top and bottom buns.
There's no telling who's behind that door.
Are any of them scary?
Worse.
More like terrifying.
Ooh. Are there more of you?
Yes. I'm so nervous.
Not the cave. Why did these kids forget about us? Is it possible the kids are just the worst? That's toxic.
Being excited is exhausting.
Okay, let's get you to bed.
If May 17th.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that.
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Sleep Number does that.
Can it help us sleep better and better?
Please.
Sleep Number does that.
94% of smart sleepers report better sleep. Sleep better together. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. Visit sleepnumber.com.
A far l'amore comincia tu. A far l'amore comincia tu.
UFC live from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The UFC flyweight champion Alexandre Pantoja.
He is an animal. Steve Arce believes he can walk away with the title.
Jose Aldo Jr., the king of Rio, is back.
Looking forward to this one. There's a lot on the line.
Lowe's is the official home improvement partner of the NFL. That's why the NFL trusts Lowe's for the materials, tools, and equipment needed to build the NFL Draft stage.
What a night in Detroit. We are told there were 275,000 football fans that have gathered around this stage here in Detroit to witness this extraordinary party. It has been an historic night already in a variety of different ways. It has been a cavalcade of offense. I have 2 defensive players on our set up here. That's 2 more defensive players than have been selected so far in this draft. In fact, 13 straight offensive players selected to begin. That is the longest streak at any point in the first round ever. Not just the first 13 picks. We've never had 13 consecutive offensive players selected at any point of round one, and that's what we have had. Dallas Turner is here. There are several excellent defensive players in this draft. We'll see if we finally hear one called tonight. The New Orleans Saints will be selecting next.
Yeah, I think the defensive secondary as well. You'll bet Terrion Arnold and Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, three really good cornerbacks, and Dallas Turner, an edge rusher, who had a heck of a year. Will Anderson Jr. moved on to the Houston Texans. He kind of picked right up where Will Anderson Jr. left off. Now, he needs to develop a counter move, so he's still a work in progress. But I think we also look at Latu from UCLA. Some really good years. I know he has that neck concern from his days at Washington. So defensive player, Byron Murphy II, defensive tackle out of Texas. I'm sure Cincinnati was hoping maybe he would drop down to them. The Rams need an heir apparent to Aaron Donald, a defensive tackle. So with this feeding frenzy for quarterbacks, some of these defensive players are going to become value picks at this point in the draft.
If you need a defensive player in particular at corner, you are absolutely right now. You're going to have your pick of the litter. And there are some fantastic players, no question about it. And the pass rushers that you were just talking about. Look, Latu, were it not for his neck, he'd already be gone. We would already have heard his name. He would have hugged the commissioner, and we would have known where his destination is. We haven't mentioned Jared Verse. Jared Verse is going to be a darn good pass rusher, too, in the NFL from Florida State. You're going to have your pick of a very good defensive player, and when the run starts, I think in particular at corner, you're going to see a bunch of them come off the board.
And I agree with you guys completely, but I think right now with this New Orleans Saints pick, the defensive guys are probably going to have to wait a little longer based on what they have at the tackle. I mean, when you talk about Ramczyk, you talk about Trevor Penning, the injury history there, they're going to have to go tackle here.
We're going to find out right now. Here's the commissioner.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Taliese Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
Another offensive player and a big, strong, great one. Big and physical, two-year starter, first-team All-America last year. He's out of Tacoma, Washington. That offensive line for Oregon State was very good. They averaged 182 yards a game on the ground over the last 2 years. He's just the second player Oregon State's had in the top 2 rounds in the last 10 years now.
Tali Fuaga is huge. Talk about a kid, 6'5", 324 pounds, ran 5'1", 332 vertical, but only 1 sack allowed the entire career at right tackle for the Beavers. They averaged 6'3" a carry. Running backs did at Oregon State, running behind Fuaga. Now he's got that powerful punch. Now you talk about delivering a blow sometimes instead of sustaining. He's got to be more cognizant of that. But Lewis, Tali Fuaga, a neat area pick for the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, look, strong at the point of attack at 6'5", 324 pounds. He's kind of like J.C. Latham. When he puts his hands on you, it's over. He's going to do this. He's going to just torque you and turn you around and just put you on the ground. He can get up to the second level. He's a guy who's going to get up on linebackers, and if he gets hit, that's a regular occurrence for him. Putting people on the ground, quick feet and hands in pass protection. Look, he's going up against Latu here, and you can see it. I saw it at the Senior Bowl. He has very, very nimble feet and great punch timing. And if you try and run him down the middle and try and beat him with power, he's just going to anchor down. He's just going to hop. He's going to keep his head back, and you're not going anywhere. This guy is a foundational piece at right tackle. He's a 10-year, 15-year player that's going to be a multiple-time All-Pro because he's just an absolute beast out there. That's a fantastic pick for New Orleans Saints.
And for an offensive line that was 28th in pass block win rate, 15th in run block win rate, sometimes when need and best available meet, this is what you get. This is an outstanding pick by the New Orleans Saints.
The 5th offensive lineman the Saints have taken in the first round since 2015, the most in the National Football League. You see the reaction in their room. Once again, 14 players have been selected. All 14 of them play on the offensive side of the ball. We've seen quite a few offensive linemen having gone off the board as well. And we have so much more to do tonight. Not even halfway through round one. We'll be back in 30 seconds after a word from American Home Shield.
Ooh, fun.
Yikes. The leaky refrigerator coil card. Is that bad? Oh, death! Death? Of an AC fan motor. Oh, no. But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered appliances and home systems. Are there bees behind me?
My bees escaped.
Bill, we talked about this. American Home Shield. Don't worry, bee warranty.
The Colts on the clock at number 15. Time to look at Mel's best available, brought to you by Courtyard by Marriott.
For the next 5 teams selecting the defensive help, particularly a corner, which is Indianapolis' #1 need area, and any quarterback they want, whoever they deem CB1 is there for them, whether it's Terrion Arnold, Alabama, Quinion Mitchell, Toledo, or my guy, Cooper DeJean from Iowa. You look at where we are right now in best available. Dallas Turner was 9 on my big board. Troy Fautanu, left tackle, will be a Pro Bowl guard in the NFL. Lewis, you talked about Leatu Latu. Cooper DeJean, injured, but came back and worked out, ran 4.42. And Brian Thomas Jr., the other receiver at LSU, 17 touchdown receptions, averaged 17 yards a catch this year. Yes, he was a one-year wonder, but it was one great year for LSU with Malik Neighbors on the other side and J.D. Daniels throwing him the football.
You know, knowing Chris Battle, the GM, he loves the traits. And when you talk about a defense that needs to get faster, all things being equal, you mentioned Terrion Arnold, you mentioned Quinion Mitchell. He ran 4.3, that is Mitchell. I like the faster guys, so it wouldn't be surprising, Greeny, if Chris Battle, the GM of the coach, would go with the faster corner where they can match up on the outside with some of the faster receivers in the AFC.
Yeah, look, Quinion Mitchell, A to Z, is the best corner in the draft. There's nothing he can't do. Play press, play off, play man, play zone. Finish on the football down the field. He'll come up, support, and tackle. He's the best all-around corner. But I'll just tell you this, Nate Wiggins is right there with him for me. Nate is an absolute beast, a little bit longer, not quite as big. Nate, maybe 185, ran 4.28 at the combine. I will tell you this, though. This guy can cover any type of receiver that you want. Small guys, tall guys, inside, outside. And think about this. Gus Bradley loves those long, rangy corners. Remember, Gus Bradley from Seattle. Gus Bradley likes the guys like Sherm, like those tall 6'1" corners that can just fly. Nate Wiggins can do that. You have your pick of whoever you want here. How cool is that, especially considering this is a position you need?
Yeah, I want to see what the Eagles do at 22. That's a desperate need area for them. They need speed at cornerback, recovery ability at corner, and they're picking at 22. There was talk they would try to move up to get a corner. Now with these corners dropping, are they going to wait it out, or are they going to try to go up and get their guy? Indianapolis' #1 need is corner, so you don't expect that to be the spot. So I'll be anxious to see if Philadelphia sits at 22 and waits it out, or do they move up a little bit?
And Greeny, this draft reminds me of my year, 1999. There was 5 quarterbacks that went before me. I was the first defensive tackle picked at 15. When does Byron Murphy, the second, come off the board? When does Johnny Newton come off the board? We hadn't seen a defensive tackle yet. A couple of teams that are coming up need defensive tackles. Seattle, Cincinnati, the Rams. Who's going to be the first one to come up and get one that can play that 3-technique position?
I haven't seen a defensive player selected at all so far in this draft, which again sets a record by a wide margin for the longest it has taken for a defensive player to come off the board. The Indianapolis Colts took the majority of their time. The pick is in, and we'll have the announcement coming up shortly. They're the first team to take the majority of their time in quite some time, so we've been able to catch our breath here a little bit and see what Indy does.
Look, I think there's a lot of quality at the positions that they need. And you just wonder if they're just having some debate. Well, not necessarily debate, but just making sure, Ray, we're all on the same page. Let's get the guy on the phone. Let's talk to him here a little bit. We're in no rush. We don't need to turn this card in faster to appease anybody. Let's just take our time, get our guy, and then just keep on rolling.
Would wondered if they would maybe be interested in a player like Brock Bowers when he was available to try him with their young quarterback who showed such promise last year and then got the injury and the injury problems, but trying to build a little bit up on that offensive side. So we'll see if that's what they decide to do. That it's a division where all of a sudden the Houston Texans jumped up from seemingly nowhere and turned themselves into a team that looks like they're going to be formidable for the foreseeable future. We'll see what Jacksonville is there. We'll see what Tennessee is there. So it's an interesting time for the Colts here. And again, they have their pick of every defensive player in the draft. Okay, I see the commissioner now beginning to make his way towards us, and the Colts will announce the 15th selection.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Leatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
And finally, a defensive player has been selected. He was a transfer from Washington. He had 2 great years for UCLA, 23.5 sacks in those 2 seasons. He was named Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year last year. Now, the injury history is a huge part of the story. Suffered a serious neck injury while at Washington. Team doctors there would not clear him. There were reports he had retired. Ultimately, he transferred to UCLA, played brilliantly, and here he is now, Mel, a first-round pick in the draft.
12th highest-rated player on my big board, and they get him here at 15. The only thing is, as Lou and Boog were talking, is the neck. If you're okay, and you can reconcile that with your medical staff, 6'4.5", 259 pounds, ran 4.64, can play up or down, left and right side at UCLA. They moved him around. He's got a spin move. He's slippery. He's got bend. He knows how to use his hands. He has counter moves to get off blocks and find the football. That's what I like. He locates the ball. He's got natural instincts to play on this side of the ball. He has a knack for getting after the quarterback. 2 seasons at LSU. Talking about production, 34 tackles for loss, 23.5 sacks. I could break down a little bit better when making a tackle, but as far as getting after the quarterback, if you're okay with the neck, he was the best pure pass rusher in this draft.
Yeah, he's the most skilled rusher in the draft. What does that mean? His ability to go from first move to second move to third move, to use your hands, to set up the rush, the fastball, the counter move. He can do it all from a pass rushing standpoint. He comes into the National Football League on day 1, and he will be one of the upper tier skill rushers in the league. Oftentimes when rookies come in, they have the athleticism, but they don't have the moves. They have to learn the moves. Latu comes in, he's got the moves 1, 2, and 3. Now, if he can just stay healthy, that'll be the key.
You know, what was so impressive about him down in Mobile, he was always one of the first people on the field. He was always down there at the goalpost working his moves. And he was one of those guys, whether it was one-on-one, whether it was then 9-on-7, and then when they went to team, he was always winning. And he was winning in a variety of ways. I don't think the offensive linemen down there still know what happened, because he was beating them all. And you just kind of stood back and you were in awe at just how advanced he was with how he set up his moves.
Shefty, what do you have?
Greeny, this was the top pass rusher in this draft, and without the neck issues, he would have been a top 10 pick, but there were a handful of teams that had him off the board, medically red flag. There were some teams that were concerned that he's 1 injury away from seeing his NFL career end prematurely. That scared off some teams, but not the Indianapolis Colts, who saw the value, who saw the talent, who saw the drive and the work ethic, and made him the first defensive player selected in the 2024 NFL Draft.
And his team needs him. His team was 27th, the Colts were, in pressure percentage last season. Subway to the stage. Molly standing by. Molly.
Thanks, Leatu. Just 3 years ago, you were advised to medically retire. Now you're a member of the Indianapolis Colts. What are the emotions going through you right now?
It's an out-of-body experience. I can't understand how I'm feeling. I mean, I'm just ready to roll and contribute to a winning atmosphere. I mean, shoot, my knees are shaking. I feel weak. I just got to praise the Lord.
The first defensive player taken off the board, and it's at pick 15. Why are you the best pass rusher in this draft?
So my versatility speaks for itself. I can play in the run game. My pass rush repertoire is so big, and I got versatility in coverage as well. So I mean, I'm all around, and I'm gonna be available and durable.
I can feel your energy. I'm ready to run through a wall with you. Congratulations.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Guys.
And he put an end to the run of offensive players, 14 straight. That was the longest streak of offensive players taken at any point ever in the common draft era. The Seahawks are on the clock. Their pick is next.
With the Disney Bundle, there's something for everyone.
It would be really fun to explore genres.
Like adventure.
We're gonna save the world.
Hold on tight. Documentary.
Lossy sweater time.
And sports.
The victory train just keeps on rolling.
Let's go. There's so much to discover.
Hulu, Disney Plus, and ESPN Plus.
It's the luxury experience.
There's something for the whole family.
The world is ours.
With the Disney Bundle.
Where'd you want to serve?
Oh, I didn't serve, but if your spouse, parent, or grandparent served in the military, you can join USAA.
Yeah, my grandpa did, so I'm already in, but I was talking about your serve.
Oh.
USAA, for the military community.
After Advil.
Let's dive in.
But what about your back?
It's fine.
Before Advil.
Advil Dual Action fights pain 2 ways. Advil targets pain at the source. Acetaminophen blocks pain signals. Advil Dual Action.
Corona's never missed a Cinco de Mayo party. Neither should you.
Some of the most brilliant minds in business. No, not you. Or you. You auto-track business income and expenses with QuickBooks. And you pay all your employees easily and accurately. And you have a business bank account with market-leading APY. Get the full picture of your business on one platform, now with expert help when you need it. That's how you business differently.
BK Royal Crispy Wraps. Eat it with the meal or have it as a snack. Only $2.99. It's a hunger hack and it fits in one hand. At BK, have it your way.
No one cares about me, so why should I care about myself?
I'm scared. I'm hopeless.
Even when I'm with my friends, I feel alone.
I feel like a failure every day.
These are the stories of kids struggling with mental health. Anxiety affects nearly 1/3 of them. That's why the NFL is working to give kids the tools to be stronger and more resilient.
Millions of kids feel alone. We can show them they aren't.
Time is kind of a weird thing. You can slow it down. You can speed it up. You can even take it back if you try hard enough. But what happens when everyone's fighting for it? When every team wants this time to be their time.
The NBA playoffs continue Friday at 5:30 on ESPN.
Welcome back to the 2024 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott.
Welcome back to Detroit, where the Seahawks are on the clock for pick number 16 of this year's NFL Draft. And we've had not a lot of trades, but we have had some big surprises, among them that this young man is still available. Dallas Turner, according to our draft predictor, there was only a 5% chance that the pass rusher out of Alabama would still be available by the time we reach the midway point of round one. But indeed he is, in large part because the first 14 players selected tonight all played on the offensive side of the ball. No, we just had Leatu Latu go number 15, the first defensive player, and we'll see which direction Seattle chooses.
The curveball that was thrown that kind of threw everything out of whack a little bit was Michael Penix Jr. to Atlanta. That was Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy the second slotted there, and then all of a sudden now teams don't need right now a pass rusher who needs to develop a counter move, but tested off the charts, had a productive year. They're going for need area, and then now you have teams that are looking other places. Dallas Turner at some point, guys, is going to be too good to pass up. Put him in a rotation, let him learn. He's going to be good because he wants to be. He tested, like I talked about, that guy, 4.46, 40.5 vertical. Yes, he needs some work. He needs a defensive line coach to get him going like Trayvon Walker, right? Came in 3.5 sacks, stepped it up in year 2. Dallas Turner is that kind of guy. But when you get the 9th best player on the board, and I think he was right around there on most boards, available this late, and he's a pass rusher, you got to think about it.
I think here at Seattle, you would figure with Mike McDonald coming in there, what he had in Baltimore. He had an inside guy in Matabike. He had some outside guys. You just wonder, for me, it sounds like defensive line, is it inside or outside? That's the question. But he needs upfield push in order to establish what he wants to establish out there.
The Seahawks and the league is going to make a special presentation for this pick. Here's Alan Roach to explain.
Please direct your attention to the main stage video screens for a special message from United States service members forward stationed at Osan Air Base in South Korea.
Great things happen at Lumen Field. This is our field.
"48 miles from adversaries.
같이 갑시다. To defend the freedom of 51 million people.
This is Blitz for Operation Draft Pick.
From all of us here at Osan, back to you in Detroit.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
There you go, Booger, your defensive tackle off the board. He had 5 sacks and scored a touchdown on offense as the Longhorns made their run to the college football playoff last season. Was named the Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year. He's from DeSoto, Texas, where he went to the same high school as Von Miller.
Yeah, Greedy. To me, he's the best defensive tackle in this draft from the standpoint of having that knockback and using his hands. And some people say, well, he doesn't have the ideal length. Here's why I'm challenging you. Go back and look at some of the best defensive tackles of the last generation. Aaron Donald, Warren Sapp, even going all the way back, Grady Jarrett, John Randall. What do those guys have in common? They're about 6'1" to 6'2", 290 pounds, and they have what I call male knockback. They will get vertical and get into the backfield. You have to play with your hands and use your hands violently inside. Byron Murphy does that, the strength to shed the double team and go make a play. Can he play the run? Absolutely. Does he have the verticality to get to the quarterback? He led college football in pass rush win rate inside getting to the quarterback. Now his moves have to be redefined. He doesn't have the clean moves, the inside, the outside, the counters. But what you get is you get a player that has lower body twitch, that can play the 3 technique, that can get to the edge of the guard and get vertical, and we can clean up his rush moves.
Yeah, active, powerful hands, 6'1.5", almost 300 pounds. He ran 4.87, strong, 28 reps and a 33 vertical. Doesn't have the arm length, but as you said, Book, some of these guys didn't. Aaron Donald didn't have super long arms either. Now, you look at 5 sacks. 2 of them came against Baylor. That bothers me. You got Devondre Sweat occupying next to you, and you get 5 sacks and 2 against Baylor. That's a concern. He did have 33 quarterback pressure. Now, a lot of these schools, I said it about Trayvon Walker, they give him out like Halloween candy. But I'll tell you this, if he can take that like Trayvon in year 2, 3.5 to 10.5 sacks, a guy like Byron Murphy second, the production wasn't there, the talent is. How is he coached at Seattle with Mike McDonald and that staff will determine his fate.
Lewis, the graphics have just changed in the room. The Minnesota Vikings have just traded up to 17 with Jacksonville.
Look, who were we just talking about just a minute ago? Dallas Turner, right? Who did Minnesota just lose? Daniil Hunter. Where is he now? He's down in Houston. They need a guy off the edge. They need a guy. They got Andrew Van Ginkel now, but they need a guy. They need a guy who they can develop, somebody with some speed and just pure athleticism that they can work with and let Brian Flores go to work with them. It just seems to me like a guy like that who has those kind of measurables and those kind of tools to work with be too hard to pass on.
Vikings making their second trade of the night. Let's see who they've come up for here at 17.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
You had it on the money, Lewis. He sacked the quarterback 10 times last season. Coaches voted him the SEC Defensive Player of the Year. He's young. He just turned 21 in February, but he started 26 games for the Tide after being a consensus 5-star prospect coming out of Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, really the explosiveness. You can't pass up traits when you look at this. Is he a finished product? Absolutely not. But when you look at the first step, his ability to come off the football and line up, the versatility, playing defensive end, can he hold the edge versus the run? You got to be able to set the edge. 6'3", 6'4", 250 pounds, he can set the edge, get into the backfield, and make the tackle. Can you bend the arc, turn the corner? We want our edge rushers to be able to dip that inside shoulder, lean and get to the quarterback. Dallas Turner can do that with that explosive first step. But playing outside linebacker, especially in all the eye front, he's got the ability to drop in coverage, so he provides scheme versatility, and on the money down, third down, he can get after the quarterback.
Needs to be coached, guys. That's the key to him. No counter move right now. You think about the bend, the burst. He has that. Ran 4.46 at 247 pounds. Leaped off over the, talk about 40 and a half. Amazing for a pass rusher off the edge. But, and he did a good job, 10 sacks this year, but the counter move has to be developed. You talk about being able to get hands on him. Offensive tackles were able to do that at collegiate level against the run. He was inconsistent, and a guy who has the talent and showed the promise if coached properly. And I keep bringing up Trayvon Walker as an example of what coaching means to a player. That's going to, like I say, determine if Dallas Turner. It's going to determine Byron Murphy. They were both very similar. They need some work, but they have awesome physical and athletic talent.
Hey, look, this is a high-pressure scheme up there in Minnesota. This is a team that sends more than you can block, and they really do prioritize pass rush. That's been Brian Flores' MO since he has become a guy who's become a play caller. He'll fit in perfect up there on the turf in Minnesota.
Let's go to the stage. Subway, Molly.
And when you think about what Minnesota, before we're talking about are the trades for quarterbacks, are the trades for offensive tackle?
Thank you, Dallas. The Vikings traded up to get you. What went through you when you got that call in the green room?
I really wasn't expecting it, to be honest, but, you know, I met with them dudes out there in Minnesota. You know, it's a very, very good building over there. You know, a lot of good people in that building, too. You know, I'm ready to be a Viking now, you know. You hear me in the back? Yeah, let's get it, man.
The reigning Defensive Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson, told me you have the potential to be even better than him someday. What kind of player is Minnesota getting in you?
I mean, you know, you're just going to get you a full football junkie, man. You know, a person that eats, sleeps, and breathes it, you know. So, you know, honestly, you know, you're just going to get a good person in the building, a great teammate, you know, and just play as hard as I can and as fast as I can. So,
all right, congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Dallas Turner, his final college game at Alabama was a loss to Michigan, and his new Vikings teammate, J.J. McCarthy. Finally, some big-name defenders go off the board in consecutive order. We'll see what's next. The Bengals are on the clock. It's the draft on ESPN.
The 2024 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott, is brought to you by The Fall Guy. Only in theaters May 3rd.
And 3, 2, 1.
Showtime. How'd we do, boss? Yeah, holster that.
It's holstered. It's done. You never saw it. This is an epic story of cosmic proportions.
I had to do some chicks and board stuff. This man's crazy. I'll drink to that.
Can I get another one, please? Let's make some trouble.
Get out of my head. Yeah, boy! One last stunt. Going down in a blaze of glory. You know, like Thelma and Louise.
They die at the end.
Exactly! PG-13.
Coach, Jake from State Farm.
Well, Patrick, it's official.
You saved with home and auto insurance. You're the league's most valuable bundler.
MVB? Me?
He's surprised.
Man, I just did not see this coming. This is truly unexpected.
I'm gonna start locking this place up. Hey, you done?
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Students. Students of any age, from anywhere. Students in a new kind of classroom. Using our technology to power different ways of learning. Harnessing AI to plant new beginnings. So when minds grow, opportunities follow.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Come on, let's go.
Every Samoan kid, they dream to make their last name known.
And touchdown to a Tagovailoa.
Just watching the way you carry the name, you paved the way for me.
For your family, let's go.
Just be the football player that you are. You gotta push through, bro. Dreammate is someone that believes in you before you believe in yourself. That's how you're my dreammate, bro. Yes, sir.
Behind every dream, there's a dreammate who helped make it possible.
Toby, why aren't you eating your Cinnabon pull-apart?
Well, I wanted to save the best part for last, but it's all the best part. I don't know where to begin.
Toby, eat your breakfast.
Maybe I just smell it.
The best part of Wendy's new breakfast Cinnabon pull-apart is all the parts.
The way that she meets the moment is unreal.
Stardom.
She's a generational player.
Can't help but watch when she plays.
She's the show.
With the first pick, the Indiana Fever select Caitlin Clark.
What a breakthrough season it was, of course, for Caitlin Clark, and as she heads to the WNBA, there's a football connection here. She was born and raised in Iowa, a huge Chiefs fan all of her life. Her dad and her brother were big fans, and she had family in Kansas City as well. Welcome, Caitlin Clark, to the WNBA. Okay, Mel, your best available brought to you by Courtyard by Mary.
Well, I guarantee you, Caitlin Clark could give us a good scouting report on Cooper DeJean, Iowa Hawkeye corner safety. So I like to get Caitlin's assessment of what Cooper can be, because I think he'd be a hell of a player in the National Football League. I think when you look at the best available, Troy Fautano will be a Pro Bowl guard. You mark that down. Cooper DeJean, you can play anywhere. All the kid does is make plays. He's also a punt returner. Brian Thomas Jr., the other wideout at LSU, has size, has length, had a very productive year. Xavier Worthy, fastest player at the combine ever at 4.21, but he's only 165 pounds. And then the best center in this draft, who played left tackle, but he did play center early on as a freshman. Shorter arms than you want for a left tackle. He'll kick back inside to the center spot and anchor an offensive line for 10 to 12 years. Graham Barton looks like, to me, the perfect fit for a Pittsburgh Steeler organization.
Lewis with the reports today from Adam Schefter that T. Higgins has requested a trade. Could they consider receiver here? There were a lot of them on Mel's list.
I think they could. I'll just tell you this, though. Look, with Joe Burrow and the number of hits that he's taken and the injuries that he has suffered, and with the questions that you have still at offensive tackle, look, I like Trent Brown as much as anyone. Massive human being. He's only signed to a one-year deal, I believe. I think that position still needs to be locked down. The offensive line still needs to be locked down. At all costs, you need to protect Joe Burrow. He has to make it through a season. You have to address the offensive line.
Find out. The Cincinnati Bengals picking here at 18. Here's the commissioner.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims, tackle, Georgia.
Oh, what an interesting prospect this is. Size, athleticism off the charts, but started only 8 games in college due to injury. Played in 30 games, but wasn't a full-time starter until this past year, and he missed about half the season with an ankle that needed surgery. So those are the question marks. But, Mel, there is no question about the talent and the upside.
Yeah, had he stayed healthy, Greeny, or had he gone back to Georgia, you'd have been looking at mock drafts for 2025, had him in the top 5 to 10 overall. 6'7.5", 340 pounds, with the biggest hands I've seen in a while, and long arms, unbelievable arm length. Only 8 starts. He had the ankle this year, but when you look at him, love his footwork and agility for such a huge, massive bookend. Run blocker, you talk about powerful hands, displaced defenders on initial contact, down blocking prowess. Develop into a force on the second level, that can happen. As a pass blocker, he's still a little raw, but he has pretty good movement, the power to base anchor, and the long arms to lock out. So again, coaching for Amarius Mims, inexperienced, but if you could draw up a right tackle, Trent Brown's a veteran. You got Joe Burrow, as you said, Lou, that has had injury issues at times. For 2 years, he's been hurt in the NFL early in his career. Amarius Mims is a developmental right tackle.
Yeah, when Amarius ties his lower body in with that reach and the punch and the shot he has in his upper body, he's going to remind you of J.C. Latham. That they're really the same type of guy. It's just that Latham plays with more power, I believe, in his lower half and plays with better bend. Amarius gets a little bit taller, a little bit bigger of a guy, but I'll tell you this, he fits what Cincinnati typically has looked for at their tackles. Bigger guys who have athleticism that they try to continue to develop. They understand that Joe Burrow has to stay healthy, because when he is, they are right there at the very top in the AFC and can challenge anyone. But you have to fortify the offensive line, which has been a problem. He's been hit way too much since he's come into the league, that being Joe Burrow.
And they're going to put him in position to succeed. They want to run the football. Let's remember, Zach Taylor, the head coach, we talk about Joe Burrow a lot, and they throw the football. But they want to run the football. Understand where he comes from. The Rams tree. They run the football. They come downhill. He can do that right now, Green. He can move men against their will. They will work on the pass protection, and the length will give him an advantage until he can get his technique up to par.
All right, so the Bengals make their selection at number 18, and as we turn our attention to the next selection, we welcome the Los Angeles Rams back to the first round of the National Football League draft. Rocket Mortgage brings us this draft moment. It has been a while. The last time the Rams had a first-round pick, it was 2016. They took Jared Goff, number 1 overall, out of Cal. He, of course, just finished leading these hometown Detroit Lions to the NFC Championship game. 2016 was their first season back in L.A. They played in the Coliseum. Jeff Fisher was their coach. At that time, Tom Brady had only won 4 Super Bowls. And Patrick Mahomes was a junior at Texas Tech. So he's won 3 Super Bowls since then. Tom Brady has won 3 Super Bowls and retired twice since the time the Los Angeles Rams picked in the first round.
There's a name that's going to be interesting in the first round. I'll just throw him out now because we haven't even discussed it as Chop Robinson from Penn State. Chop had a great workout. He has numbers that are impressive. He has shorter arms than you would prefer. He didn't have the sack production that you would want in a first-round pick, but he has the talent. Another kid needs some coaching. Chop Robinson off the edge is going to be intriguing. Wide range of opinions. I have him down in that late first, early second. Some have think he could be a mid-first. So keep an eye on Chop Robinson from Penn State to see where he comes off the board. Odafe Owe went off the board to the Ravens. Didn't have a sack that final year and has disappointed so far with the Ravens. Not enough sack production from Chop Robinson, but all the talent and natural ability you would want.
And then the elephant in the room, Aaron Donald just retired. So you have a gaping hole at the 3 technique position. Might this be a little early for Johnny Newton, a guy from Illinois who can play that 3 technique? That's a gaping hole. At some point, they're going to have to.
No cornerbacks yet selected, which to me, the Eagles got to be sitting there saying, we don't have to make a move. You have right now Quinion Mitchell-Toledo. You have Cooper DeJean, Iowa. You have also Terry Arnold, Alabama.
And let's not forget, again, I mentioned him earlier, Jared Verse. I think Jared Verse is one of those guys. Look, he was very productive at Florida State. He plays hard as heck. He's 100 miles an hour. He's that 3-4 type of outside linebacker. You can predict in a 2-point, he looks like a
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Bull rush.
The tightness in the hips with Jared Verse.
Oh, you see it. You definitely see it.
He's coming around that corner, getting there.
Definitely see it.
Now, he got some sacks in college, but in the NFL, how much will that hinder him from being a 10-plus sack a year?
You know what? Even though there is some tightness, he still does show the ability to get high side and turn. He does a good job coming off of TEs and looping back inside. And his bull rush is ferocious.
He's powerful, boy.
It's ferocious. Yeah. And so him and Byron Young, that'd be a good little combination.
He plays hard. One thing we talked about defense line, taking plays off. Yeah. Jared Verse never does.
Absolutely
He went from Albany, low level, where he had sacks, to Florida State, where he had a lot of pressures.
Yeah.
Okay, he got after the quarter. He was in the area a lot.
Yeah, him and Braden Fisk together down there on that D-line this year. I mean, those guys were culture guys and very productive guys. Look, Norvell loved them. He said that those guys really were part of the transfers that lifted that team to the season they had. And he's going to come off the board here soon.
And listen, when you think about Jared Verse to Cam Jordan, worked out pretty good for the Saints over the years. Hall of Fame defensive end, very similar type player, Greeny.
Rams had a very good season last year. Tough playoff loss to the Detroit Lions as we are here in Detroit right now. We'll see what they've decided to do with, once again, their first round pick since 2016. Here's the commissioner with the selection.
With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
So you guys had it right, focusing on that defensive side of the ball. It's a name we've been waiting to hear. Lewis, it's one that you've been talking about for quite some time. Verse, obviously, a very effective player, and this run on defense continues.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's just a prototype 3-4 outside linebacker who can also put his hand down in an even front in a 4-man line and sub and just rush the passer with tremendous power. I mean, he's big now. He's 6'3", 254 pounds, ran sub 4.6. He's got a 35 vertical. He's got all the athletic ability. Mel, I see some of the things that you saw as far as some of the tightness, as far as his hips are concerned. But I'll tell you, you see that get off and that power right there. That bull rush where he puts that hand right in the breastplate of the offensive tackle, and he has collapsed in the pocket. And you see it over and over again. And then him release, get that inside shoulder down and finish. Like I said, him and Braden Fisk, two transfers that came into that program and really took it to different levels in terms of the kind of football character that they play with. That's exactly what the Rams want. That's exactly what him and Byron Young will provide now. You have two nice-looking bookends that can rush the pass.
Yeah, about 8.5 of his 9 sacks came in 4 games, and that speaks to getting and finishing.
Yes.
You're close. He had 50 quarterback pressures, 9 sacks. I say most of them came in 4 games. So even what we saw in college indicated that could be an issue. But the hustle's there. He plays the run. He's a complete defensive end. If that's not a factor, I'm with you. He can get 12, 15 sacks. If it is a factor, he'll be around that 6 to 8, 6 to 9 mark every year.
Yeah, and when you talk to Florida State's defensive line coach, Dale Hagans, he talked about this is the guy who's the tone setter. He sets the tempo. Yeah, there's some stiffness, there's a little tightness, but the comp to me, again, is Cam Jordan. And look how that worked out for the New Orleans Saints. Look at him coming off the violent hands. You have to be able to play with your hands at defensive end. That's Will Campbell, Mel. I can't wait to see where he is in the big board for 2025. He's going to be a top tackle. He just used him. Look at Cam Jordan. Again, some said Cam Jordan had a little stiffness, a little tightness in the hip. He's a power player, but he understands how to use his hands in order to be a technician. Can I set the edge of my defense and understand you can't run to the outside? He does that. He did it at Albany. He's done it at Florida State. Setting the tone, setting the edge for your defense. I know he doesn't have the burst that we're normally looking for coming around the edge, but what he has, he understands how to play. To me, he's more of a left defensive end. I wouldn't put him in right. I'd put him in left. He can dominate tight ends. He can dominate right tackles.
He's a great story, as you mentioned, not highly recruited coming out of Dayton, Ohio, which is how he wound up initially at Albany in the Colonial, played 2 years there, then transferred to Tallahassee and had the 18 sacks in 2 seasons. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock next. The draft on ESPN.
Bro, say, man, this goat done took over our office.
And he's using it to send out medical bills. Good hands.
Hospital bill for crime. Yeah. Did you just say gap?
He's talking about expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Good thing Coach Prime knows about. Say it one time. Aflac. Because Aflac gets you money to help close that gap.
Now, how do we get this goat out of here?
Aflac. Meet one of my new homies.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Aflac
is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
Elephant would have been scarier.
Before you use AI to transform business, accelerate growth, predict trends, you need to begin with trust. Introducing Watson X Governance, helping you govern any AI as data, models, and policies change, so you can scale it responsibly.
Here we go.
Let's create AI that begins with trust with Watson X Governance. IBM, let's create.
Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, brings you the Select Cut mower, built to exceed the power of gas. Customize the cut with Ego's revolutionary dual-blade cutting system with 3 interchangeable blades. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it cuts for over an hour on a single charge. And touch-drive self-propelled technology makes it effortless. The Ego Power Plus Select Cut mower, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Men tell us when they use Just for Men to eliminate gray, there's a great before and after. Then there's the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And that's why more men choose Just for Men.
These new Little Caesars Crazy Puffs are fun size.
And perfect on the go.
You hear that, Buttercup? We can go anywhere.
Enjoy Little Caesars Crazy Puffs on the go for just $3.99.
Pizza.
This is not just another E-Class, because it evolves with you.
It adapts to engineering.
It is the first E-Class made just for you.
For you.
This is not just design, because your E-Class, it adapts to you, it recognizes you, understands you, empowers you, energizes you, feels you. It evolves with you. The new E-Class. A 911 wedding you won't forget.
Where's my husband?
It's complicated.
I'm supposed to be somewhere. New 911 next Thursday on ABC.
Welcome back to Detroit, where our aerial coverage is provided by Goodyear, celebrating the drive it takes to travel from the roads of college to the pros and beyond. Goodyear, more driven. Pittsburgh Steelers getting ready to pick at number 20, and a busy offseason already for them. As you see, they bring in these two well-known quarterbacks. Numbers quite similar over the last two seasons, as you see, for Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Very quickly, Lewis, before we get the selection, who do you think the starting quarterback will be there the majority of the season? Will it be Russell or will it be Fields?
Look, I think Justin Fields at some point is going to emerge. I just think he was on the come too much. He's a guy who right now I think he fits perfectly with what Arthur Smith wants to do. And I think he is supremely highly motivated. And I just think in the end, that talent is going to be hard to keep off the field.
Arthur Smith, the new offensive coordinator for Mike Tomlin's Steelers, and I see the commissioner with a special guest to announce the Steelers pick.
Tonight, 32 young men will embark on their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
So he was a tackle at Washington. He was named the Pac-12's Offensive Lineman of the Year as the Huskies went all the way to the national finals. And that line won the Joe Moore Award as the best in the country. He's a two-year starter, spent 5 seasons in school, so he'll be 24 in October. But, Mel, you have constantly talked about him moving inside at the next level.
Yeah, 10th highest rated player on the big board. You get him at 20, and he can play anywhere. He's a left tackle and did a heck of a job protecting Michael Penix. Now, Roger Rosengarten on the other side, really good player at right tackle as well, protected the blind side. But Fautanu is a guy as a run blocker, power, making contact, keeps those legs churning, gets in space with ease, no problem there. Pass protection, hands are active, punch is purposeful all the time. Feet enabled him to do a really good job mirroring. This kid is fun to watch play. He will get after you. He's got a defensive mentality. He's got longer arms than Joe Alt. So you think about this kid, is tackle out of the realm of possibility? No. Could he kick inside the guard and be a Pro Bowler? I've said that all night. Could he be a center and anchor this line? They've had Ray Mansfield, Mike Webster, Dermontti Dawson, Jeff Hardings, and Marquise Pouncey. Could he do that? Maybe. But this kid, for value and for a guy that is a Steeler from a mentality standpoint, yeah, excellent interviews, great kid. Something said was a little bit of a knee question, but nobody really cared. Some of the teams, some maybe did more than others. 6'3.5", 317 pounds, athletic, tough. Boy, I tell you what, to get a guy with this kind of versatility, with that Steeler feel, yeah, I like it.
Look, I mean, Cam Hayward himself said that, look, the guy who they drafted last year, and Broderick Jones, was the guy who now had become the new bully on the block, and that they needed another one. And Mike Tomlin told us that last year in production meeting. He said, I need another guy like that. Fautanu plays like that. Now, the question is, do you just go ahead and leave him at left tackle and he takes over for Dan Moore? Or do you slide him inside? I'd leave him at tackle.
Right now, it would. Yeah.
And you know what? And then they've got their bookends.
We've made 20 picks so far. This is just the second time in this century there have been no defensive backs in the first 20 picks. Let's see if the Dolphins change that. They'll pick next.
You must be Isaac. Come on in. Here's my pride and joy.
Beautiful stair renovation, sir.
And they're covered with your home and auto bundle with Progressive, so you get round-the-clock protection.
So is Gabby coming down? Oh, she said she'll meet you at the prom.
Corona's never missed a Cinco de Mayo party. Neither should you.
Lowe's knows the only thing that works as hard as pros
is our rewards program for pros.
That's why when you stock up on the many items you need, you earn bonus points to get the stuff you want. Join MVP's Pro Rewards and start earning today. You got this. We got you.
My schedule's pretty jam-packed these days. I've got 2 free birthday parties on Saturday, and Sunday, that's my me time.
How's that look?
Works for me.
Works for me.
Any response to the trade rumors we keep hearing about?
Oh, we talking about moving? Not the trade. Not the trade. We talking about moving. No, thank you.
You could use Open Door. Sell your house directly to them. It's easy.
I guess we're moving.
Bounce back fast from heartburn with new Tums Gummy Bites and love food back.
I know I've messed up in the past. From now on, there will be $0
delivery fee.
What?
With Dash Pass, you pay $0 delivery fee on DoorDash. To zero!
Dash Pass, your door to $0 delivery fees. DoorDash.
Okay, guys. Ceremony starts in 5.
One sec. Just got a hymns real quick. Hymns? Yeah, hymns. Hymn 2.
Hymns for ED. Always works for me.
I'm hymnsing right now. So simple, so convenient.
Hymns. Weight loss by Hims, boys. You got to get on it, son.
For care that's doctor trusted, convenient, and personalized, get started today at hims.com.
Far too few people know what a McCrispy is, but the ones who do say it's juicy. And when you taste it, you'll say that too.
I get to love you.
Like your love, a diamond that never stops.
It's the best thing that I'll ever do.
Unstoppable love.
Every kiss begins with K.
You're watching the 2024 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott.
Dolphins on the board at 21 as we look at Mel's best available, brought to you by Courtyard by Marriott.
The best available players on the board right now, and they're starting to fly off. And I talked about the cornerback position being a spot now where everybody sees guys available from top to bottom. You talk about this list, all first-round caliber players. And you talk about Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, cornerback from Clemson, first-round caliber. There's the flyer, Xavier Worthy, 4.21 speed. Teams may be concerned about that 165-pound frame. And Graham Barton, I think he could have been a Steeler, but Troy Fautanu dropped down to the Steelers. They take a guy who can play really anywhere along that line. Barton played left tackle, will probably kick inside the center in the NFL. He was the 20th highest rated player on the big board. Cornerbacks, you would expect guys to start coming off the board with that Eagle pick at 22.
Well, the Dolphins certainly have lost a lot of players. They had a terrific season last year, lost the division on the final night of the year, and now have lost all of this talent, including, of course, Christian Wilkins and Xavier Howard. See a lot of names on that list, so they need help, particularly on the defensive side.
And the offensive line. I mean, their offensive line really is what led to their downfall. And the defensive line with all the people who got injured. They got to beef up.
All right, the commissioner is here. We'll see where the Dolphins go with pick number 21.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson, linebacker, Penn State.
It was one of the biggest hits at the Combine. It was him running 4.48 at 254 pounds. He played linebacker for one season at Maryland, then transferred to State College where he shifted to D-end. 4 sacks last year, Mel, 27 pressures. First team all Big Ten.
I'll say the same thing I did about Dallas Turner and Byron Murphy II. You need more sack production when you're that talented, and you didn't have it. And you think about the UMass game, he had 2 sacks against UMass. We had 4 sacks on the year, and we had 9.5 sacks over the last 2 seasons. Now, he's got that great initial quickness, that great first step. Then he needs to get that counter move, and that's the issue. Expand that pass rush arsenal. Go to the secondary, move faster when that initial pathway is thwarted. That's what has to be coached into him. He doesn't have the longest arms in the world, but they're long enough. The effort is there for the most part. At times he can seal the edge. You look at a kid 6'2", almost 6'3", 254. He said ran under 4.5, great athletic ability. The counter has to be developed. Sometimes he's a little late reacting, doesn't always locate the ball. The talent's there. Will the coaching make him a guy who can get to that, like I say, that 8 to 10 sack a year mark? And they got 2 pass rushers, Phillips and Chubb, coming off significant injury.
And that's exactly where I was going to go. They're trying to put pressure on those guys. Bradley Chubb, underwhelming. Phillips coming off the injury. They signed Shaq Barrett, who was disappointing in Tampa. To me, they are trying to get the edge rusher right. They lose Christian Wilkins to the Las Vegas Raiders. They need some heat up front, and Chop Robinson provides that first step quickness. They're going to find 4 guys that can rush somehow, some way, and this adds to the mix.
He reminds you a little bit of Dwight Freeney with that lower, that compact build, that track stance. I mean, he just comes out of like a curled up ball and is out the gate. Look, him and Adisa Isaac together at Penn State, the other defensive end they had there, fantastic. They had a fantastic defense up there, but you're right, Mel. It's second moves, counter moves. It's a variety of moves. But when they put him on the move, whether it be in 2-point or again on TEs and stunts, he is a problem. You see how he's built? I mean, he's just a ball of muscle. Yeah, he's going to be a problem.
He was one who was big when he was little. The nickname was originally Pork Chop because at birth he weighed 14 pounds. The name ultimately shortened just to Chop. So the Eagles are on the board. Shefty, what can you tell us?
Well, Greeny, before the draft began, the Philadelphia Eagles did exactly what they normally do, got ahead of a market at a certain position. They reached agreement with A.J. Brown on a 3-year, $96 million extension that included $84 million in guaranteed money and meant that they now had signed in recent weeks both A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith before Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, or Justin Jefferson get new deals. And now tonight, the Eagles can focus on upgrading their roster. They thought about moving up in this draft, but when the quarterbacks came in the slots they did, they knew they could sit in this spot and take the player that they wanted. We'll see who that pick is coming right up, Greeny.
Well, speaking of A.J. Brown, he loves draft night. He was a second-round pick. He was traded on draft night to the Eagles in 2022 and now signs the extension with the Eagles minutes before the start of this draft. Let's live in a world where the Eagles do want a corner here. Lewis, which one should they take?
That guy on your screen right there, Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo. Talked to Jason Candle, texted back and forth with him. I've been to Toledo before, spoke to their football team. He vouches for this kid without any hesitation. As good of a player as he is, and he dominated down at the Senior Bowl, he is a better person. He's a pro. He is ready to handle the responsibility that comes with being a first-round pick in the National Football League. And he's got all the skills, all the skills. He's big, he can run, press off, finish, interceptions, he can do it all. I'll tell you what, so can that guy. Nate Wiggins he had some of the best effort plays you'll see on tape this year. It's never over with him. And with that 4.28 speed, it's not just straight line track speed. There's so many good corners still left right now. I'm telling you, if you need coverage guys, and you need guys who will tackle too, there's a bunch of them you can pick
They need
from.
speed. They need recovery ability. And he runs 4.28. Quinion Mitchell 4.33. Nate Wiggins allowed one completion of over 20 yards this year.
Yep.
He tracked down Marion Hampton, caused that fumble.
That's right.
So he showed great hustle. He showed great improvement throughout his career. Struggled a little bit early on, really came on late. He's added a little weight since that combine of 173.
Yeah, about 10 pounds, right?
Yeah, and guys, he's going to need that because if we remember a year ago, Emmanuel Forbes, slender corner, didn't tackle well in the National Football League, got benched. Are we concerned at all about Wiggins at that slender frame, the ability to come up and tackle? At some point, he's going to have to add a little weight and show that he's got the courage to come up with that 180, 185-pound frame and make tackles on the outside.
0 defensive backs through 21 picks. That is the longest stretch into a draft without a defensive back since 1995. Longest of this century so far, and a big surprise because the corners coming into this night were highly touted, a lot talked about. Now the Eagles get their choice of whichever one they want.
Yeah, I mean, you get your choice of whichever one you want. These guys are good players. They didn't fall simply because they're not good enough. Right. They fell because of what we talked about, the phenomenon with the quarterbacks, and they just slid down. I mean, you're getting guys now who will be lockdown type of guys in the NFL, provided they stay healthy, do what they need to do, et cetera, et cetera. Quinion Mitchell, look, you tell me what his flaw is in his game when you watch it. You tell me, can he not play zone? Does he not have good anticipation? Does he not have good route development recognition? Can he not play press man? Does he not have a nice pedal? Does he not finish in the deep part of the field? Yes, 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 yes. He's got to come off the board soon.
And he nailed the entire process, just by going to the Senior Bowl, performing well, coming from a small school.
That's right.
Nailed the process at the Senior Bowl, went against all the big-time talent, Greeny, then went to the Combine and put on an absolute show at the Combine. So somebody from a smaller school that did it the right way, that came along, that nailed the process every step of the way. And, oh, by the way, he's the faster corner right now.
Yeah, you think about the true corners. If you look at Cooper DeJean as a safety, he's at 14 on my big board. Quinion Mitchell's at 20. Terrion Arnold's at 21. Nate Wiggins is at 25.
Well, let's see which one they've decided to take. Here's the commissioner.
The NFL has gone global. This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany. This upcoming season, we will play our first ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon. The NFL's International Player Pathway Program helps foreign-born players reach the NFL. Elite international athletes have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on an NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles' Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia. Take it, Jordan.
Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinion Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo. Baby!
Perhaps the most decorated player in Toledo football history. Is the first ever to be named to all 5 All-American teams. He's the school's all-time leader in pass breakups. He had 6 career interceptions, and then Lewis, the Senior Bowl, running 4.33 at the Combine. He's been terrific.
Yeah, I mean, he's over 6 foot, 195 pounds, 4.3, 38 vertical jump, and he can do it all. We'll just run through all the different things that this young man can do, starting with, lining up in man coverage. And look, even if it isn't right at the beginning, here, he loses leverage, he loses his inside leverage. I'm not going to panic. I'm just going to run to that upfield shoulder, ball's a little bit underthrown. I'm going to time it up and make the PBU. Off man coverage, you know what? I'm going to include the 3-step. I'm not even going to backpedal, because I'm looking at the quarterback. Quarterback's not dropping. I'm just going to drive hard on the slant. I got you. Awareness. Oh, there might be a little bit of a communication mishap here. Somebody's running free down the sideline. I'll take him. I'll make the play. Don't worry about it. I'll cover you up. If you want to blitz me off the boundary here like you do in college football, the short side of the field, I can come off here. I'm not just going to go for the sack either. I'm going to go for the strip sack and recover it, and then run support. I will come up and set the edge, and I will get ball carriers on the ground. There are numerous plays where he put big hits on people. They got a complete corner right here. I don't care if he came from a smaller school, not a traditional powerhouse school. He is a schooled player and a great person. I have to reemphasize that. Jason Candle, his head coach, said, you are getting an absolute stud of a person, which is one of the most important things that determines success.
Yeah, you're getting somebody that can set the tone for your defense, somebody that's going to show up and do things the right way. And we talk about at a small school. Has he gone against the big-time talent? Has he been across the line of scrimmage from a Marvin Harrison Jr., from some of the other players? He showed that against the game against Ohio State, and he showed that at the Senior Bowl when he went down there and went against every receiver from a Power 5 school. It didn't matter. One-on-one drills, he put on a show. I was watching it on the television, and you're like, man, this kid is jumping off the screen. It didn't matter. Winning every route, the ability to mirror, to play man, the man turn, to zone turn, he can do it all. And when you start the process, you got to finish it off. He went to the combine and finished it off running 4.33. So someone who did things the right way, and it just shows everybody out there, it doesn't matter what school you go to. If you perform and you do things the right way and you follow the process and you follow every step, you too can be a first-round pick. Good on Jason Candle, the head coach at Toledo, and good on Quinyon Mitchell.
Nice to get CB1 without having to trade up for him.
Yeah.
That's what they basically did. They waited out because there was a lot of talk they would move up. That was clearly their major need area in this draft was cornerback, maybe the offensive line. They like to go in the trenches, but they had to have a young corner with speed, whether it was Nate Wiggins, whether it was Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Terrion Arnold. They had to get their guy. They didn't have to worry about it. They got their CB1, no defensive back had been taken, and here we have the first corner off the board in Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo.
Here's why they needed to take them. They allowed 35 passing touchdowns last year, which is the second most in franchise history. But that really, I think, is what should be underlined here, is that we were expecting Quinyon Mitchell in particular, by the way, and many of these other corners to go a lot earlier than he did. The Eagles get their man. Molly brought to us by Subway with Quinyon Mitchell.
Q, just the second Toledo player taken in the first round of the NFL draft. How much pride do you take in representing the school that you were loyal to and that you called home?
I mean, a lot. I mean, it's a big moment for me, for Williston, for Toledo, for all the small town schools and everything. So just for everybody right now.
The Eagles haven't drafted a defensive back in the first round since 2002. Why are you the guy to change all of that?
Just my mindset, my intent, my attitude, just everything they're looking for.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a player a lot of people feel very good for, and again, I will underline that point. And Mel, you made it very well. The Eagles were a team that desperately needed this, and we thought they would have to do it much earlier in the night. For them to sit where they were and get the player that they wanted this badly, that's a very good pick for Philadelphia.
Great pick for Philadelphia to have that type of need area and get a guy at pick number 22, which is about where you thought from a rating standpoint, but then things happen. There's that trickle-down effect from all those offensive guys. Indianapolis got Lotto. You thought they could go corner. So all of a sudden now, when teams saw guys on the board they didn't expect, when you have 6 quarterbacks go that early, some good players are going to get pushed down the board a bit, and then teams didn't hit on needs necessarily, but Dallas Turner wasn't the guy they had thought would be there, and it's not a need area, so he drops a little further. So all of a sudden now, this late first round is allowing guys that teams didn't think would be there. We haven't had this. We thought there were 3. We knew 3 great receivers. Who's the 4th receiver? He's still there. Yeah. All right. We talked about quarterbacks, Bo Nix, and then there's a drop off the Rattler. Bo Nix went. If you want these second-tier receivers, who do you deem that guy? Brian Thomas Jr., LSU, Xavier Worthy, Texas, Adonai Mitchell, Texas, Xavier Legette, South Carolina. Yep. Who's going to be that wide receiver 4 coming off the board? Jacksonville's up, right? They got to need a corner, and they got to need it wide receiver.
No question. No question. They need. Look, they get. Hey, your guy Trevor Lawrence. Again, you need more help, right? Calvin Ridley's no longer there. You need that outside lane dude, that guy who can go up and get the ball one-on-one. You just need. Look, I mean, he just has to have that kind of person if you expect him to take the next step.
Jaguars got this pick from the Vikings in a trade earlier tonight.
With the 23rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver, LSU.
So there's the next receiver for you, Mel. Led the nation in touchdowns last year with 17. Finished his career with 24. so much speed. He ran 4.33. Great size, outstanding athlete. Turned down D1 basketball offers to stay at home, and it was home. He grew up about 20 miles from Baton Rouge in Walker, Louisiana.
Size he has at 6'3", 209 pounds. He's got length with those long arms, and he's got a guy, you talk about speed, 4.33. Only did 11 reps left to see him get a little stronger. 38.5 vertical. Straight line speed is what you see. The vertical route. You see him there, stop and go, and he's got the touchdown laid in there from Jaden Daniels. He was a one-year wonder. He did more this year than he did the previous two combined. 17-yard average, 17 touchdowns. He needs to become more of an alpha. He needs to be a guy say, give me the ball. I want it my way. I want it to be the guy to dominate. Malik Neighbors took a lot of pressure off. Brian Thomas Jr. was the other guy. He certainly has the ability to track that deep ball and make that catch. I want to see if he has that ability to say, hey, I want to be like the wide receivers who talk a lot. We say that sometimes they talk too much. I want to see Brian Thomas Jr. talk a little more.
Former basketball player, you're right, Mel. He needs to step up and be that alpha. But you talk about athleticism, size. He is a smooth route runner. And don't get him confused with just being a deep threat. He can run the entire route tree. I was talking to wide receiver coach Cortez Hankton. He said he can run any route on the route tree, dependable hands. And for Trevor Lawrence, to me, this clearly puts him on the clock. Last year was Calvin Ridley, Christian Kirk. Now we're going to get you another receiver. At some point, Trevor Lawrence, when are you going to take the next step? You have a guy that can go up and get the 50-50 balls. You have to take that next step to start to make plays.
He's going to have to realize what is going to be asked of him down there, which is just that. Win on the outside. Yes. Christian Kirk will handle the inside. Look, they got Gabe Davis, who will really stretch the field with him, too. He can run more routes than Gabe Davis can.
Yes.
Better route runner than Gabe.
Yes.
And it stood out at the Combine. When you sat there in the end zone, you know, at Lucas Oil, and you watched him run his routes, you kept going, who is that guy? I mean, he's as smooth as silk. He's so much different than Malik Neighbors, but that's exactly what you want. You want different body types in your wide receiver room. Man, if they can get him to embrace the opportunity, this is a huge get for Trevor Lawrence. Huge.
Subway to the stage in Molly.
Brian, the second LSU wide receiver taken in the first round. What is special about that fraternity of playmakers?
Just being able to be from Baton Rouge and being able to come do this with my brother, Malik and Jaden, it's a blessing just to be able to have this opportunity.
How will you elevate this offense in Jacksonville right away?
Yeah, I'm going to come in, work hard, and do my best to go out there and contribute to the team in a positive way.
All right, congratulations.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hey, Booger, your school is becoming wide receiver U. This is the 5th LSU receiver in the top 2 rounds in the last 5 drafts. There he is, Jerry Jones. Cowboys on the clock. See what they do next.
Is that Graham Barton here?
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that.
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Sleep Number does that.
Can it help us sleep better and better?
Please.
Sleep Number does that. 94% of smart sleepers report better sleep. Sleep better together. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. Visit sleepnumber.com.
The Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco isn't just a late-night taco. It's a seasoned and slow-roasted chicken taco that pairs nicely with the new avocado verde salsa at any time. Introducing the new Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, only at Taco Bell.
Hi, I'm Gronk, your new roommate.
The Vanderkoys control the city. They killed my family. So, our mission is simple. Make them pay for what they have done. Boy Kills World, rated R.
Introducing Gatorade Water. Alkaline and electrolyte infused for great taste. Gatorade Water, always in motion.
I know it's not easy dealing with us.
We make sure everyone knows that we're important business people.
And treat our seat like a personal spa.
Snickers.
Sorry.
I hope.
Certain times just call for it.
IHOP?
At IHOP, we don't just put food on your plate, we put a smile on your plate.
Try killing bugs the worry-free way. Not the other way. Zevo traps use light to attract and trap flying insects with no odor and no mess. They work continuously, so you don't have to. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
All these games on DirecTV and no satellite on the roof. Think about this. Blue Jays, Cardinals, Orioles. What's missing?
The Andean condor?
No, walnut brain. Pigeons. They'd rather name a team after socks.
To be fair, we're not very athletic.
You ready for this? I have been to the ends of time and back. I've never seen anything like this before. I'd love it if you came with me.
Hold on tight.
Welcome back to the draft, and if it sounds like it just got louder in here, it's because it did, as it was just announced that we have a trade, and the Detroit Lions, the hometown team, have traded into this spot, the 24th pick in the draft, with the Cowboys. It took quite some time. There were about a minute left on the clock for the Cowboys when this deal got done, and so what direction should we be looking at, Ramel?
Three need areas that fall very well for them. They need a corner, wide receiver, and also when you look at this football team right now, you say a pass structure opposite Aiden Hutchinson, who has some versatility to kick inside. That would be Darius Robinson from Missouri. Wide receivers, we still have Worthy and Mitchell, two Texas kids. We still have Xavier Legette from South Carolina on the board. Then you think about where we are right now at the cornerback spot. Cooper DeJean from Iowa. Nate Wiggins from Clemson still on the board. Terrion Arnold from Alabama. So it fell beautifully for the Detroit Lions. All three need areas have quality players still available.
You know, you talk about Quinyon Mitchell being CB1. Some had Terrion Arnold being CB1. So if you're the Lions and you can, if he's CB1 on your board, you can get it now. What a steal that would be.
Again, the Lions moving up a few spots to make this selection here, jumping in front of teams like the Packers and the Bucks and some others. So obviously a player they identify they really want.
You know, this is kind of piggyback a little bit on Terrion Arnold. Had he run in the 4-3s, 4-2s like Nate Wiggins or like Quinyon, he may have been the first corner off the board. Because he's super smooth, absolutely super smooth. He was the best corner down there at Bama. I mean, him and Kool-Aid were McKissick were two. When they were on their game, that was the best bookend pair of corners maybe in college football. But if Terrion had just run a little bit faster, he probably would have been cornerback one, where he would have challenged for it, no question. This is an aggressive move by Detroit. You know, obviously, this is what's so cool. Now that the draft is kind of like playing itself out and the board's kind of like declaring, you're seeing teams move around and go, hey, look, I'm going to get my guy.
And to Terrion Arnold, he talks a lot. He backed it up. Very confident kid. Nick Saban coaches those guys up, and he works them hard, and he challenges them. He had 12 pass breakups and 5 interceptions. He was handsy. He was grabby. He wasn't this year. He got his hands on a lot of balls. He wouldn't have been it. He wouldn't have drawn a flag in the NFL for some of those plays he made. He tackles. He was their 4th leading tackler. Terrion Arnold can play slot, can play wide, inside, outside guy. Terrion Arnold did run 4.5. When you have some length, Lou, and Bug, and you run 4, I'd rather have a 4.5 guy with length and ball skills than have a 4.4 guy.
Look, I still, somebody's going to get a very good corner in Nate Wiggins when he comes off the board. They're going to get a darn good corner. They're going to get good corners with all these kids. But Nate Wiggins, I'm shocked. If he doesn't go, he's not the next corner. I'm saying if he's not the next corner off the board, I'll be shocked. Simply because of the measurables and I think the competitive character he played with. It just jumped off the screen to me.
Well, the teams low in round 1 that wanted defensive players have really seen this fall their way. We've only had 6 defensive players go off the board in the
trickled down. It trickled right down, and the whole narrative of the first round changed when those quarterbacks flew off the board.
Particularly Michael Penix. When Penix went, I think everybody's board had to adjust. And Bo Nix. Yeah, and Bo Nix. Yeah.
A lot of things blew up right there.
Quite a few receivers that we're still expecting to hear tonight that we've not yet heard. I'm not suggesting that would be in this spot, but in the next few picks. Again, there have been quite a few surprises tonight that have left a few names on the board that we thought would be off it by now. But with the hometown team making its selection, the commissioner is bringing a group out for the announcement.
The Detroit Lions excel in engaging with local football community and growing football participation at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie Fagley.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back, Alabama.
Sounds like they like it here in the building. He was a 5-star prospect at safety coming out of Tallahassee, Florida. Made the switch to the outside and excelled. 5 interceptions last year for the Tide. Was also a star basketball player. Could have suited up for Nate Oates at Bama, but ultimately chose to stick just with football, and he made the right choice.
Yeah, he is a kid with ball skills, and he's got toughness. Sometimes he plays a little too physical, if you can believe it, and that could result in some penalties. I thought he got less handsy, less grabby. He controlled it this year, the emotion of being overly aggressive, and he showed NFL ability big time, game in and game out. Ole Miss game, 8 tackles, couple pass breakups and a pick. Kentucky game was outstanding. Auburn game, he had 2 interceptions. 12 pass breakup, 5 picks on the year. Tied for the SEC lead with 17 passes defense. He's 6 feet. He did run 4.5, but he vertical 37. He's got some length. He's their 4th leading tackler, and he brings versatility. He can play inside, he can play outside, and he'll tackle. And that's the underrated part of cornerbacks in the NFL. I am sick and tired of watching cornerbacks and play with 10 guys. Terrion Arnold's one of the tougher cornerbacks to come along. That 4.5 speed with the length he has should not be that much of a concern.
Yeah, it's not a concern for me. You mentioned a 4.5 because of the instincts that he plays with. Sometimes you can have guys that run 4.2, run 4.3 that don't have instincts. He has instincts. He can play inside. He can play outside. The ball skills. And the best for me, for him, is yet to come. He came to Alabama as a safety. Now he's playing corner. He is still learning how to play the position. And we know who the GOAT in college football of coaching defensive backs is, and that's Nick Saban, and he was coached by him, and it's Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, look, he gets a lot of his work done at the line of scrimmage. He gets your work done at the line of scrimmage. It gets easier late in the down, whether that be with your feet and with your hands on press coverage, or just playing with great leverage as the route starts to declare. The thing that I liked the most about him was his aggressiveness, not just as a run support player or as a boundary corner blitzer. It was how strong he played at the move point. You couldn't shake him. You couldn't push him off. If you didn't have really, really good feet or able to deceive him, you weren't going to lose him because he didn't have the quickness, and he was able to finish when he put his foot in the ground and went, track the ball, get his hands in the right position, and finish on the football. Look, we know Detroit needs playmakers in the back end. It's just another step that Brad Holmes is taking to build this team into an eventual Super Bowl contender.
I'll tell you what he's doing. He's
or a Super Bowl winner.
Building it with a lot of Alabama players. This is the 3rd consecutive year the Lions draft an Alabama player in the 1st round. They took Jamison Williams 2 years ago. They took Jahmyr Gibbs last year. They also took Brian Branch with the 45th overall pick last year.
And Brian Branch was outstanding. And now defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn has another weapon to go in that secondary. And for me, this puts more pressure on him as the expectations start to mount for the Lions.
Look, if you're going to pick DBs, you might as well go down to Alabama and pick them. Because, look, I've been coached by Nick Saban. I know what he requires. He prepares you for the pros. He teaches you next level. And that's not just because he works at ESPN, folks. The guy is the master. He knows how to get guys ready to play at this level, especially in the secondary.
That other quarterback, by the way, people say, where's Kool-Aid? Where's Kool-Aid McKinstry?
Yeah.
Good player with a great football IQ. He has the injury.
That's right.
Working through. He still ran 4.47, which is a lot better than that 4.54 people were projecting.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid McKinstry was right there with Arnold. We're actually ahead of Arnold for most of his career. Started as a freshman. He returned punts. He is a borderline late first, early second.
That loud cheering you're hearing behind us, Arnold is addressing the crowd here in Detroit as the newest member of the Lions. He's got a big personality, and the fans cheering along and loving it. And he is now with Molly. Subway brings us down to the stage. Molly.
Terrion, we saw a lot of emotion out of you in the green room. You shared a long embrace with your mom. How did her support get you here to this stage?
It helped a lot. It was tremendous, but ultimately my whole family. Like, in a draft, obviously you have expectations, but you expect the unexpected. And God allows everything to happen for a reason, and I'm right where I need to be. I'm home.
You can now call Detroit home. Can we see the inside of your jacket and tell Detroit fans what they're getting in you?
Detroit, man, you getting a talented football player who's even a better person off the field. And honestly, I'm going to come in here, and like I told y'all, man, y'all got to start. So let them know, man.
You got to stay in town, start looking for some places. Congratulations, Terrion.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me.
Molly, thank you. Boy, do the Lions ever need him. They allowed 34 completions that were thrown at least 20 yards downfield last year. They allowed 28 passing touchdowns last season. So for as good a season as the Lions had, this was their Achilles heel, and now they begin to address it. And so we go from the Lions to their arch rivals, the Green Bay Packers, who will be up next.
It'll be interesting how Brian Gutekunst, the general manager there, wants to go about this now. Let's think about it. They put a lot of capital, draft capital, on the offensive side of the football, and it all has panned out, in particular on the edges with that young core of tight ends and wide receivers that they have right now. You have Jordan Love, who's kind of like now burst onto the scene as being one of those guys who's going to be an elite upper echelon quarterback. You have to make sure that the run game stays an integral part of this football team. So make sure that the offensive line, which is kind of in a state of transition right now, make sure it's deep. On the defensive side, could they use another corner? Absolutely. Could they need another safety? Absolutely. Even though they signed Xavier McKinney, who I think is one of the best young safeties in the entire NFL. So that's three positions that you can really go for. But do you want to continue to make sure that your young quarterback stays upright and the offense stays secure inside out? They're great on the edge. They're great on the edge for the next 4 or 5 years. Is the offensive line, which has always been a strong point for them, does it have enough depth right now? That's what you start when you look at the depth chart. That's what you ask yourself.
With the improvements in Chicago, Minnesota getting their quarterback, the Lions so good last year, Green Bay, this may be the best division in the NFL going forward. Let's see what the Packers do.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft select Jordan Morgan, tackle, Arizona.
3-year starter at left tackle for Arizona. He's been training to play on the right side as well, or at guard, so the versatility is there. That particular cheesehead doesn't seem excited. Jordan Morgan tore the ACL in 2022, came back stronger than ever, was first-team All-Conference last year. A bit of a surprising name at this point, Mel?
Not really. I mean, I think he's more of a guard than a tackle. I think left tackle, the short arms are going to come into play, and that's the issue. Now he's going to be 2 years removed. He came on the Darian Mel show with Dari Noka and myself and said, hey, by mid-season, I was 100%. I wasn't 100% before that, coming off that injury. He's going to keep getting better. Question is, guys, with those shorter arms you prefer, can he hold up? He's got big hands, ran 5.04, he's 6'5", 311. Love the player. I think he's a hell of a guard. That's why I see him in the NFL. Left tackle, I just wonder, Rasheed Walker, can he challenge him? Or is he going to be one of those guys that we talked about, like Troy Fautano, that's going to have to move inside?
Well, first of all, you give him the opportunity to play tackle. If he can't, you can put him at guard. The thing that sticks out about him is the athleticism. We know Green Bay. They love the athletic offensive linemen, the guys that can move, the versatility, inside, outside, the ability to play tackle, to play guard. That's the one thing about Jordan that sticks out. And the athleticism is not only there now, it's going to continue to come back as he gets 2 years removed from the ACL.
Yeah, look, I got a chance to see Arizona in person down there against Arizona State. And Jed Fish, who was the former coach down there, they have They had some fantastic young offensive linemen, and Jordan Morgan obviously was the prize guy down there coming out this year. You just wonder, how is he going to deal with power in the NFL? I thought he had some problems with that. We'll see how he transitions if he does move inside. But a great athlete and someone who they said was a core player down there.
Help block for that young quarterback, Jordan Love. Green Bay coming off a great year. This Chiefs head needs to cheer up as Packers look good. We're back in a moment with the Bucs on the clock.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. This isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. You find diamonds in the rust to put your own stamp on stock parts, turning metal into murals and detailing every detail. Because it's the things you make that show what you're made of. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
5% of people are truly good. 5% are evil. The rest of us, we wrestle between the two. You think you know what you're dealing with? Who you're dealing with? You don't.
Mayor of Kingstown, streaming this June, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
So this is pickleball?
Pickle! Oh, these guys are intense. With E-Trade from Morgan Stanley, we're ready for whatever gets served up.
Dude, you gotta work on your trash talk.
I'd rather work on saving for retirement. Or college, since you like to get schooled. That's a pretty good burn, right?
Only $5 Whopper Junior ×2. Double the juniors, that's your cue. One for you, one for your friends to go. JK, you ate them both, they'll never know. BK, have it your way.
Fellas, just like Nationwide helps millions of people prepare for their financial future, I'm here to help you prepare for the NFL Draft. Are you ready? On. Off. On. Ring, ring, it's your future calling. Seriously, no one's going with the quarter zip? People like this look. I get a lot of emails. All right, give me your best commission hug. Too much? Yeah, that's way too much.
AT&T just sent me a heads up on the best plan for me.
That's cool.
They know what a pro wants.
What a pro needs.
Whatever makes me happy.
Sets you free?
And I'm thanking you for knowing exactly what a pro wants, what a pro needs. Whatever makes me happy sets me free.
Good. A little bit flat. It'll get better.
AT&T Optimizer provides proactive recommendations so you get what's right for you.
That feels nice.
There was a virus that made him smarter, and it almost killed all of us.
Why do they hunt her?
She knows the human secrets.
No. Together, you will die.
No. Together, strong.
Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Rated PG-13. Get tickets now.
Welcome back to Detroit. Our coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft presented by Courtyard by Marriott. We are 25 picks in, and our guru of research tonight and all our draft coverage is Evan Kaplan. Evan, what stands out so far?
Yeah, Grady, we thought this would be a historic night, and it has been. 6 QBs in the first 12 overall picks. That's the fewest we have ever seen. 6 quarterbacks off the board. 14 straight offensive players to start the draft. Not only the longest streak to begin the draft, but the longest streak at any point in the common draft era. We're at 18 offensive players right now. We have never seen 20 in the first round.
We were expecting it to be a night filled with twists and turns, and it's turned out just to be somewhat strange. There have been weird runs to the point that Evan is making. A lot of things we didn't expect to see. Still only 7 defensive players that have gone off the board. Quite a few really good receivers still sitting there, and certainly no quarterbacks as they all went so quickly. The Cowboys traded back, so we've yet to hear from them. The Bills are still on the board. Arizona will make a selection with a pick they got in that trade with Houston last year, but it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers who will be selecting next. Mel, as we look at what they might be thinking about here late in round one.
Well, I thought pass rusher off the edge with Chop Robinson. He was selected a little earlier. We think about the interior of the offensive line, adding another receiver, Bug.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think if you're Jason Light, the Buccaneers GM right now, you continue to fortify that offensive line. They signed Baker Mayfield, so they got him there at the quarterback position for a couple years. They're pretty legit on the outside, thinking offensive line here.
Let's find out.
With the 26th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center, Duke.
There's another one that you love, Mel. Made 43 starts at Duke. He's played a lot, grew up in Brentwood, Tennessee. Began his college career at center, then became Duke's starting left tackle the last 3 seasons.
A really good football player. And when I looked at Graham Barton, you say, okay, the starts that he had at the center spot, he looked like that would be his future. Then he settles in at left tackle, but he battled, and he kept getting stronger, and he's a kid who's smart. He loves to play the game. Now, the short arm showed up, and he's not going to be a left tackle. Talked about that concern with Jordan Morgan. But as a center, I look at the Steelers with Fautanu. I didn't think the Steelers expected Fautanu to be there. And when he was, they probably audibilized the way, maybe, or I would have.
Who wants to put the paint on you right away. You see him right there. It's always like that with him. He is a foundational type of piece, the kind of guy who can really change the entire culture of your offensive line room, which is exactly what Tampa needs.
First round hit rate for centers is the best of any position, 92% over the last 20 years. 11 of 12 have been hits. It means they get to their second contract with the same team. Center position's been very safe. Safest spot drafting in the first round in 20 years.
And when you look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they've been searching for a center since Ryan Jensen, so it kind of makes sense.
They just need to be able to capture the line of scrimmage, man.
Yes.
They can't get any movement. They absolutely have no ability to do that.
Arizona next.
With the 27th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson, defensive tackle, Missouri.
Well, he really emerged at the Senior Bowl, Lewis, perhaps the biggest riser that weekend, playing both defensive tackle and end. He played both at Missouri as well. He's from Canton, Michigan. Could have come out a year ago, chose to go back to school, had 8.5 sacks last season.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy who's a combination 4-3 base end at 6'5", 285 pounds. 4-3 technique. Maybe he has to move inside, which I believe my man Book thinks he needs to do.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this, he is definitely first team all get off the bus. Okay, when you see this guy walk onto the field, you go, okay, we got a player here. Long arms, great leverage, power, hands inside. He'll stand up at offensive tackle if he lines up in a 4 technique, and he'll be able to reset the line of scrimmage. He's got enough movement where he can run inside, TT stunts and get pressure. He probably doesn't have the speed on the outside to win consistently, but he'll be able to push the pocket from the outside in with power. He's a multi-positional guy, and you think Jonathan Gannon knows, look, we didn't pressure the passer at all in Arizona last year. We need a body type like this.
He definitely offers position flexibility. I think he's going to be a 3 technique because of the lack of speed. You talked to former Missouri defensive coordinator Blake Baker, said he improved as much as any defensive player that he had over the course of 12 months. Great position flexibility, long, the strongest hands you've ever seen, Greeny. That's how he's able to ragdoll these 300-pound guys up the middle. They will love the versatility that they get from him and his playability, the hustle. He will set the tone for their defensive line.
I think a 3 technique.
Yes. I think that's where he's got to play.
And the fact that he got so much strong, he said, I'm going to show you that 21 reps was not right. And he got the 30+. So, I mean, it just seems like he's a motivated kid and a versatility. He did it outside. He did it inside at Missouri. He was productive. He was impactful in games.
It's pulling it out of him on a regular down in and down out.
Yes.
Because I tell you what, you turn on Kentucky game week 7, and I'm sitting here typing notes down going, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Then against Ohio State, all of a sudden, he shows up and he's flying.
Turn the Georgia tape on.
Subway takes us to the stage. Molly.
You're right there. I'm riding for them boys, man. They better know.
Darius, we have the hometown kid here. Darius, you're from right outside of Detroit.
Yeah.
You have your hometown here. You have people from your high school here.
Yeah.
How surreal is this full circle moment for you?
Yeah, this is an amazing opportunity, man. I really want to thank the Arizona Cardinals coach for believing in me. Just really excited for this opportunity. Got all my family and friends here to support me, and it's time to go to work.
What will your versatility bring to this Cardinals defense?
It brings everything, man. I told them in my interview, just line me up, let me get my cleats in the ground and play fast. I'm going to be violent, keep my hands inside, and play hard as I can.
The hometown kid headed to Arizona. Congratulations.
All right, thank you so much.
Molly, we have a photo of Darius here again, high school football star right in this Detroit area. There he is, Canton High School, 29 miles away from where we are sitting right now. So he's the pride of Canton. He's also the pride of Missouri. He's the first Missouri player to go in the first round since Charles Harris in 2017. All right, we have another trade. The Buffalo Bills were supposed to be next on the clock. Instead, the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs will make the next pick right after this.
The 2024 NFL Draft is presented by Courtyard by Marriott, the official hotel of the NFL, and in part by Macy's.
Everyone ready?
It's time to show them we are more than meets the eye.
Whoa! I got a battle mask! It appeared with this guy. Knife hands? I have knife hands!
I can see that.
This film is not yet rated.
These new Little Caesars Crazy Puffs are fun size.
And perfect on the go.
You hear that, Buttercup? We can go anywhere.
Enjoy Little Caesars Crazy Puffs on the go for just $3.99.
Pizza.
Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, brings you the Ego Power Plus string trimmer with power load technology. Feed the line, push the button, and get back to work. Ego, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Active 1089. The threat says bombs will blow up tonight. Jews will die. They deserve to die.
Get everybody and just come to our church.
Thank you for welcoming us in. And now we call Elliot to the Torah as a bar mitzvah.
Lowe's knows the only thing that works as hard as pros
is our rewards program for pros.
That's why when you stock up on the many items you need, you earn bonus points to get the stuff you want. Join MVP's Pro Rewards and start earning today. You got this. We got you.
Are you the Bud Light Genie? Yeah. So we get wishes?
Metal hair.
Yes.
Filthy rich.
So filthy.
Giant bicep. Big one.
Sports car?
Stretch it.
Let's rock. You know what time it is. This our season right here.
The schedule is released.
Bring it home. The anticipation is through the roof. Stafford's coming home.
This is a heavyweight matchup.
Breaks a tackle, he's gone.
Welcome to the NFL.
Bring it home. It's a family affair. Yeah.
There's games in other countries.
The whole world watching.
Let's go.
Are you not entertained?
The United Football League on ESPN.
Let's ball out, baby!
This atmosphere, this crowd, these teams, electric.
How can you not love the access?
Let's go, man!
Expect the unexpected, because you don't know what's going to happen. And a trick
play. A lot of razzle-dazzle.
It's mayhem!
Another nail-biter.
Build him the statue right now!
How could you not love United Football League?
Week 5 of the UFL. St. Louis at DC. Sunday on ESPN.
Welcome back to ESPN's coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. The Kansas City Chiefs have won the last 2 Super Bowls, but it has not been because their wide receiver play has been exceptional. They had all sorts of issues there last season. They did sign Hollywood Brown during this offseason, but they have a whole other problem now with one of their star young wideouts, and Adam Schefter has the latest on that. Schefter.
Well, Goody, with that in mind, the Kansas City Chiefs have moved up from number 32 to number 28, which was Buffalo's spot. A lot of people thought Buffalo would be in the market for a wide receiver here, but they're opting for more draft pick compensation later. This gives the Chiefs the opportunity to move up to number 28 to take the wide receiver that they covet at this spot. They've needed speed, they've needed plays. You saw the drops. We'll see which wide receiver they take here soon enough.
Listen, I understand Buffalo needing to add more draft capital, but why, if you are the Bills, would you allow the Chiefs, your arch rival, the mountain you cannot climb, to move up and get the player they want?
Well, the only thing you can think of, Greedy, is that the player that the Bills want is still going to be there, and they can give more picks.
Yeah, and also understand the relationship, right, between Andy Reid and Sean McDermott. How did Kansas City, I believe, how did they move up to draft Patrick Mahomes? Who did they trade with then? I believe it was with Buffalo in order to get in position. So that relationship continues to lead to deals like this.
Well, so far it hasn't worked out well for Buffalo.
Unfortunately.
I wouldn't say the Bills getting Patrick Mahomes has worked out great.
Well, hey, I'm not saying it worked in their favor. You're asking me how they get the deal done. That's how they get it done.
Well, let's see what it is the Chiefs decide to do with it. Here's the commissioner.
I can't see more. Get that shit coming, man.
The NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed with renal failure at age 15 and received a kidney transplant from his father just last year. Justin's love for football and the Chiefs got him through those treatments. Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his beloved Kansas City Chiefs. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin. Go get him, baby.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs, select Xavier Worthy.
Oh my goodness, record speed. Xavier Worthy ran 4.21 at the Combine, the fastest recorded time in at least 2 decades. Super productive, 3-year starter in Austin. Big 12 Offensive Freshman of the Year in 2021. 197 catches, 26 touchdowns. He doesn't turn 21 years old until Saturday. Mel, the Kansas City Chiefs just got a burner.
A dynamic player. What I love about him is his toughness. He will come back in. He's on the sidelines and he'll give that shoulder to that defensive back. He thinks he's just going to take it out of bounds. Jet sweep, slot wide, punt returner. 18-year-old true freshman in 2021. He had 9 catches for 261 yards and a couple touchdowns against Oklahoma. Against Kansas, he had 14 catches. That was as an 18-year-old true freshman. Now in 2022, second half of the season, he broke his hand. Played through it, and he had some drops. This year, he cut down on that, became much more consistent, reliable, catching the football, dynamic punt returner. This kid can beat you in a lot of ways. Career average of 14 yards on 40 punt returns. This past year, he averaged 17 yards per punt return. He had a 41 vertical. The kid can fly.
Guys, this is a fascinating trade. The Buffalo Bills desperately need wide receiver help. They no longer have Stephon Diggs. The Kansas City Chiefs are the team they cannot get past, and they trade back to allow the Chiefs to take the next player who might be their next Tyreek Hill type offensive star. It's a very, very confusing move by the Bills.
They clearly feel as though, look, sitting down there at pick 32, that they'll be able to get themselves a pretty good player, and they will get themselves a pretty good player. Look, I'll tell you what, if there's any team that I believe will be able to maximize this young man's ability, it's Kansas City.
Right.
Now, what's interesting about it is now they have Xavier Worthy, they have Marquise Brown. I would assume that they're probably not done yet building out their wide receiver room either, because they have a lot of guys who fit one profile. I'm just wondering if Coach Reed and Brett Veach want another profile, a bigger guy, a guy who isn't just this speed burner. Although, look, Xavier Worthy, you're right, he's not a one-trick pony. He runs the entire route tree, and I'll tell you this, all DBs in the AFC West, back up. Just back up, okay? Because they got speed all over the place again.
And the happiest person in Kansas City right now should be Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, because with Hollywood Brown and Worthy taking the DBs deep, all the area underneath that Travis Kelce now has to work.
You know what's cool about both of those guys? Look, Xavier Worthy is an absolute nightmare on wide receiver screen, just like Hollywood is. Hollywood can do the same thing. The Jets, the wide receiver screens, the shallows where you're just running away from man coverage, then they just turn upfield. Look, if you're not even with Xavier Worthy, well, it don't really matter. It may not matter if you're even or not. He's still going to leave you anyway. They have got problems.
Devontae Smith's 166 pounds. Deshaun Jackson, when he came to the NFL, was 169 pounds.
Yeah, Andy knows how to work with those guys. He knows how to work with them.
The rich just got much richer.
It's almost unfair.
In the AFC.
It's almost unfair.
And so did the head coach, who just signed a new contract extension.
And the GM, right?
And the GM, yeah.
Dallas Cowboys
Brett and Andy
traded back to this spot. Here they come at 29.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
The big fella from just outside Austin, Texas, began his career at TCU. Spent 2 years with the Sooners, first at left tackle before settling in at right. Played on the defensive side in high school, also played basketball, so he's got athleticism, and Mel, he is huge, 6'8", 322.
Exactly, really long arms and a tremendous athletic ability out of 34.5 vertical. What he is still raw. He's still a guy talking about needing coaching. He needs it. He's a pass blocker. He shows pretty good feet. He's a very good athlete. He can mirror, take away the edge. He's alert when it comes to handling twists, but he's got to get better in terms of the present time, the desired consistency. It's going to come once he gets proper hand placement, leverage. He needs technique work, Lou. And Boog, he's still a work in progress. Offensive line coach for the Cowboys will be critical in his development.
Absolutely. All the physical tools. The guy who you want. If you want to just put a guy into your offensive line room and go work with him, this is the guy. Super smooth in pass sets. Can get back off the ball, can move laterally. It's all the things then, really at the junction point, that things start to get a little bit awry. Whether it be hand placement consistency, his balance, whether or not why doesn't he always dominate in the run game? Why isn't he consistently putting people on their back? Because he shows that he can do it. It's all ahead of him with him. And you're right, the offensive line room, the offensive line coach, they will make this kid into an all-pro, or you'll always be wanting more. Hopefully they can do it, because the offensive line is critical for Dallas, right? I mean, they really have one starter that they can count on right now in Zach Martin, with Tyler Smith moving to left tackle.
And I think you're going to put this young man at right tackle. You put him beside Zach Martin at right guard. I think he struggled a little bit when he played left tackle, although he has the athleticism there. Struggled a little bit at the Senior Bowl. You put him beside Zach Martin, who we know is going to be a Hall of Fame player, and you let Zach teach him. You can put a tight end there to help him. I think this is a good pick. And for all the Cowboys fans that wondered when we're going to start building this team in 2024, they finally got started.
Oh, and they need multiple offensive line.
Yes,
Nobody's not going to stop here, but the way the board flowed, Baltimore Ravens are up next. Cornerbacks, their number one need area. They didn't move. They stood pat. The Ravens had Eric DeCosta, their outstanding GM. Who's sitting here for the Baltimore Ravens? Cooper DeJean from Iowa and Nate Wiggins from Clemson. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Two pretty good ones.
The rich get richer, right?
If you wanted defensive players late in this draft, you couldn't possibly do better. We've only had 8 of them go so far. Let me give you one more note on the Cowboys. Tyler Guyton becomes the 5th offensive lineman they've drafted in the first round in the last 40 years. Each of the previous 4 became Pro Bowl players. Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, and Tyler Smith. So they've done very well taking offensive linemen in the past. Mel, to your point, they still need more help there. While the Ravens are on the board, and you mentioned it, that's their area.
That's what's needed for a corner. No doubt about it. Like I say, with Nate Wiggins and Cooper DeJean, it couldn't have worked out any better for the Baltimore Ravens.
Who would you take here, Mel, if it was, Lewis, if it was your choice?
Oh, I'm leaning the corner. It's Nate Wiggins for me. I've been saying it since the corner started coming off the board right after Quinyon Mitchell went. I just think he can do it all. Again, one of those guys who, when you know the moniker that they have coined down there, play like a Raven. This guy reminds me of that kind of guy. Big, long, fast, aggressive, multiple position player.
Are you concerned about his ability to come up and tackle?
No.
Okay. All right.
Not at all.
Okay.
What'll be interesting to see is what do they do with Cooper DeJean? Look, Cooper, obviously, he played corner at Iowa. Many people who I've talked to believe as though it's his destiny to move to safety, that's where they're going to move it. Now, I'm not saying necessarily that's what they're thinking. It'd be interesting to see, but Nate Wiggins would be the one for me.
Outside corner is Nate Wiggins. That's what he is. He only allowed one completion of over 20 yards this year. The way he hustled, the way he improved every year indicates the best is yet to come, too.
Yeah.
He was not great early on. He had some struggles, and he kept getting better, and he's added weight to that frame, and he ran 4.28. I just love the way he competed.
So did I. And you know, that's what Baltimore is. Baltimore is about that kind of culture, man. You better be willing to run and hit, especially on the defensive side. Coach Harbaugh's not having it any other way. It'll be a fantastic selection if they go on the defensive side.
All right, the Ravens are ready, the Niners, and then the Bills still to come tonight. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson.
There's your guy, Lewis, out of Atlanta, 2-year starter. Had a 98-yard pick six in the ACC championship game 2 years ago. Intercepted Drake May twice. He's young. He won't be 21 until August, and he ran 4.28 at the combine.
You just see the relief on his face. I mean, that is so cool. This guy, I'll tell you what, I had as much fun watching him as anybody in this draft, simply because of the way he plays, the competitive character. At 6'1", 173 pounds, he's 182 pounds now. He can match up against anyone. Here he's going against Johnny Mitchell, who's 6'7", 240. He'll be able to find a way with his length to get around him and make the PBU. Here he's going to slide inside and go against Devontae Walker, who can fly himself. He's going to run the slot fade. We see people just chew up defensive backs on that route. He tracks it down. He gets the ball out. Here we're talking about speed and effort. Watch here. He's getting blocked. He's getting stalk blocked. He misses the first attempt. You think it's over. Nah. Not only am I going to track you down, I'm going to punch the ball out.
Keep playing that game.
That's playing like a Raven. Yeah. That's the kind of thing that will endear him to the fan base down here, will endear him to lifelong Ravens fans like Mel Kiper. He's going to make people proud down there. I think that's a fantastic pick.
I would agree.
The player they were looking for, again, we have two more selections to go tonight. The 49ers are on the clock, and then the Bills, who traded back just a few moments ago, are still to come as well. The relief on the face, the excitement, Nate Wiggins, all these young men and their families having their dreams come true.
That's so cool, man.
Here tonight during round one of the NFL Draft. Our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. It takes drive to reach the next destination. Goodyear, more driven. We'll be right back.
Daisy Wild, the new Eau de Parfum by Marc Jacobs.
At Macy's, the fragrance destination. Psst, psst. With Flonase, allergies don't have to be scary. Spray Flonase Sensimus daily for non-drowsy, long-lasting relief in a scent-free, gentle mist. Psst, psst. Flonase, all good. Also, try our allergy, headache, and nighttime pills.
Where'd you want to serve?
Oh, I didn't serve, but if your spouse, parent, or grandparent served in the military, you can join USAA.
Yeah, my grandpa did, so I'm already in, but I was talking about your serve.
Oh.
USAA, for the military community.
Verizon Small Business Days are here, April 22nd to the 28th. Get a free tech check, personalized advice, and special offers and deals, like a free 5G phone when you switch. No trade-in required. Don't miss out. Get more for your business. Partner with our experts today. Let's make it happen.
Corona's never missed a Cinco de Mayo party. Neither should you.
Don't say you can take the heat until you've tried the Spicy McCrispy. No one wants to hear it unless you've had spicy pepper sauce on the top and bottom buns.
Follow your passion with Courtyard by Marriott.
They are the very best. They are champions.
Kind of blowing my mind.
Who are the Jeopardy Masters? 6 all-time greats, 1 incredible tournament. I think I'm doing this correctly. Bring it.
Jeopardy Masters primetime event starts Wednesday on ABC.
So why should we hire you?
He's explosive, he's patient.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
The city is ready, the teams are ready, the NFL draft. Back on ESPN, and it has been a terrific tenure for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, who came in together in San Francisco in 2017 and essentially immediately have made the 49ers one of the powerhouse teams in the NFC. 62 wins over the last 5 seasons, 3rd most in the league. They've been in the NFC Championship game 4 times in 5 years. That 5th year, they were decimated by injury. 2 tough Super Bowl losses, including that overtime loss this past year. And as you can see, they've added quite a few players and lost quite a few more. A time of change for San Francisco, so close to a championship. Now, what do they need to put them over the top?
The right tackle spot, offensive line. You think about wide receiver addition, and then maybe a cornerback at some point, Boog.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think you never put it past John Lynch when upgrading from an edge rusher standpoint, a defensive standpoint, but the offensive line knowing how they want to run the football. And also think about this. There are reports that Debo and Ayuk, Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk could potentially be traded. Maybe they look at a wide receiver here.
We're expecting a lot more wide receivers to come off the board than we've seen so far. A.D. Mitchell is still on the board. Xavier Legette is still on the board. So quite a few names that, Mel, you've been talking about for weeks now. Yep. We thought we would get 7 wide receivers selected tonight. Does not appear as though we will get there. We shall see. The Niners will pick here, then the Bills will finish up round 1. Here's the commissioner.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
There's a little bit of a surprise. The young man from Phoenix spent 3 seasons at Arizona State before transferring, had 65 catches for the Gators last year, 4 touchdowns, 2 more rushing, Mel.
Arizona State with Herm Edwards, and then he goes to Florida, and he ends up running a 4.41 at the combine, 6'1", 189-pounder. Also had 42 vertical. He has that build-up speed, attention to detail when it comes to releases off the line, route running, route breaks. He's fast, he's tough, outstanding hands. He made some circus highlight reel catches during his career, both at Arizona State and certainly at Florida this past season. He can also be an asset on special teams due to his punt return skills. He said, hey, offensive line, wide receiver, secondary, they need to address. Mentioned the possibilities of some trades there. Ricky Pearsall, Xavier Legette, Adonai Mitchell, Ladd McConkey. That next group of receivers very similar in grade.
Yeah, the thing that really stood out to me about this guy is at the move point, at the top of the route, the break point, whatever vernacular you want to use. You see that catch right there? You see that was one-handed, kind of backhanded. Anyway, at the top of his routes, that's where he's at his best. He'll have you all kinds of confused with all the different body movement he uses. And he is fast now, 4.41, and can jump 42-inch vertical.
Guys, let me get to Shefty for the point that Booger was making a few moments ago. The 49ers taking a wide receiver. Shefty, what should we make of that?
Greeny, they do not have a trade that is close right now, but there are questions about each of their top 3 wide receivers. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk remains unsigned at this particular point in time. Deebo Samuel's got a big cap number next year at a time when they have to sign Brock Purdy to an extension, and their number 3 wide receiver, Jawan Jennings, is on a 1-year contract. So there are questions about all 3 of their top receivers, which helps explain why the 49ers tonight used their first pick, their 31st overall selection, on Florida wide receiver Ricky Pearsall.
And for a team that their most valuable weapon is the running back Christian McCaffrey, you can understand why Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are saying, okay, if we do move a Deebo Samuel, if we do move a Brandon Ayuk, we can plug and play with some of these young guys because this is such a deep receiver draft. You can kind of see the methodology that they're thinking out in San Francisco.
I'll tell you this, now that Buffalo is on the clock, look, okay, well, now that Carolina's on the clock, look, I'll tell you what, there were some nice wide receivers still here on the board. I don't disagree at all with them taking Ricky Pearsall because of the versatility that he brings. And the fact that this guy is a very good route runner, and he is someone, look, his hands, the way he can track the football down the field and make all kinds of different contested catches in all kinds of environments. I mean, that's the Shanahan offense, right? Move your receivers around, move them from slot to Z to X, run them out of route coming out of the backfield. I mean, he is a Swiss Army knife type of wide receiver in terms of his versatility. And that's what this draft really is known for, wide receiver, all the different types of guys you can get.
Let's comment briefly on what Lewis just mentioned to you, which we were just being told as it happened. The Buffalo Bills initially had the 28th pick in this first round here tonight. They traded back with Kansas City to 32, and now they've traded back again with Carolina. So a Bills team that has lost a lot of pieces, obviously trying to recoup many.
And on top of that, Greeny, think about this. They traded Stephon Diggs. A lot of dead money. And so how can you offset some of the dead money? You got to have young players, rookie players. So they're trading back once, twice. They're going to get draft picks. They're going to have younger players. This is the way you offset some of that dead money is you get rookies that are on cheap deals because you traded away Stephon Diggs. So maybe this is the byproduct of the Stephon Diggs trade. We don't want a first-round pick. We want 3 or 4 picks so we can get rookie players to fill those roster spots.
Yeah, Kansas City jumped in to get a wide receiver from Buffalo. Carolina needs to keep helping Bryce Young.
Yes.
And we saw that they just moved back one spot. The Bills just moving back now from 32 to 33. It feels like a chasm because you go from round 1 to round 2, but it's really only one spot back, and then they pick up one more selection. So we'll see if they're able to take a receiver tomorrow.
And considering the depth that is still left, they will still be able to get a good football player. You have guys who you have a lot of slot guys if they want that type of guy. It's really the hard guys are the ones you find are the ones that are the X's and the Z's that can really win the one-on-ones when the sideline is not their friend.
Yes.
And sitting there. A guy like Xavier Legette, I can't wait to see who gets him from South Carolina. You want to talk about, to me, A.J. Brown light? That's Xavier Legette. That kind of guy who can take the short pass and he's gone. He's a punt returner. He's a gunner on punt team. He's an absolute beast.
If he would have had 2 years back-to-back like he had this year, he'd have been flying off the board a lot earlier. What did he end up running? 4.39 vertical 40. He's 6'1", 221 pounds, but he's a one-year wonder. People say, well, why would a kid with this kind of talent at South Carolina not be this more than 1 year? He's been there a while.
Right.
He's a great kick returner before he was a great wide receiver. What prevented him at South Carolina from only being a one-year guy?
He is. I'll tell you, he is going to be a great pro. I mean, that's exactly what, I mean, think about what DK Metcalf and A.J. Brown were when they came out of Ole Miss. I'm telling you, he's shredded, he's put together.
A.J. Brown didn't go the first round.
That's exactly.
And if we're going to talk about those body types, what about a guy we had mentioned all night, Malachi Corley? What about him?
Let's find out. Here's the last pick.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette, wide receiver, South Carolina. That closes the first round. Thank you, Detroit, for a record-setting night. Don't forget, over the next 2 days, you can break the all-time NFL draft record. Thank you. See you at 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
All right, so it's Xavier Legette. We were just talking about him. He is the 7th wide receiver that does go in this round one. Ran 4.39 at 6'1", 221 pounds. One spectacular season at South Carolina.
I'm sorry, McDermott, right now. I'm going, what? Wait, what?
Well,
We've dismissed this. I know.
Bills traded out of spots and allowed Xavier Worthy and Xavier Legette to get selected.
That's two big X's, so to speak, that you just got. Well, you just didn't get. This guy, I'm telling you, he can fly. He is competitive at the catch point. He can take the shallow cross. He will split the middle of your defense, and you won't see him anymore. He'll be gone. He can contort his body. He can adjust to bad throws. He will block. He's a competitor. He's tough. Look, Shane Beamer loved him down there in South Carolina. Look at his play right here. This is what I believe one of the fastest recorded GPS top speeds in college football. He was gone. When you watch that on tape, it looks like somebody sped up the tape for just him. At 221 pounds? Come on, man.
I find it really interesting. You had Kansas City won the wide receiver. They got the pick from Buffalo and took Worthy. Carolina wants to help Bryce Young. They got the pick from Buffalo and took Xavier Legette. Now here's Buffalo saying maybe Adonai Mitchell from Texas. Glad McConkey. There's other receivers. I will say this. It ended up being, we said 19 offensive players in round one. 23 went. 9 defense. 23 offense, 9 defense. Blew that record away.
The very strange night, unprecedented in that regard and in many others. But how about this? How much assistance, Booger, does this young man bring to Bryce Young coming off a tough rookie year?
Well, when you think about Bryce Young, a tough rookie year, here's a guy, Greeny, you can give him the ball short and he can take it deep. You talk about run after the catch. Think about him, as Lewis mentioned, like an A.J. Brown. You don't always have to run the football 30, 40 yards down the field and throw him the ball. You can get him the ball in a plethora of ways. He's going to bring the physicality to that offense.
I talk about the 1 year he had, 71 catches he had. We put the next 2 guys on the South Carolina receiver list together. They didn't equal what he did. So he was a dynamic performer this year with Spencer Rattler throwing him the football.
Right. The last South Carolina receiver to go in either of the first 2 rounds was Deebo Samuel in 2019. So as Mel mentioned, we have a historic night in a variety of ways. 6 quarterbacks go off the board almost immediately. 7 receivers in total. Only 9 defensive players go off the board. And clearly, you guys will be here to help wrap it up with Scott Van Pelt as the evening goes on. The number 1 takeaway on the night, though, Mel, the biggest surprise or the biggest move to you?
The feeding frenzy for quarterbacks. The overdrafting of quarterbacks continues in the National Football League.
Just what the heck, what are the Atlanta Falcons doing?
Same. That's the one. I mean, I just wonder, like, what's the thinking there with Kirk Cousins? Michael Penix isn't going to give you anything this year. You're right in the hunt to win the division.
So much to react to. We'll be back here tomorrow night for rounds 2 and 3 with our coverage on ESPN, but the conversation and the analysis will continue right now. Our friend Scott Van Pelt is standing by for SportsCenter, which is coming up next. Good night from Detroit.